is a presentation of Main Street Media, your source for news, sports, and information on Main Street in Middle Tennessee.
Broadcasting from the Main Street Media television studios in Nashville, Tennessee, it's time for Friday Night Live, the best high school football coverage in Middle Tennessee, featuring Tennessee Radio Hall of Famer George Plaster, Zach Womble, and Billy Derrick, and also reporters from Main Street Media. Friday Night Live is presented by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. Fans, don't let fans drive drunk.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome in. Friday Night Live is here, and for the next almost 5 hours, you are going to get the very best high school football coverage that there is anywhere. You can book it on that. Billy Derrick is alongside. Zach Womble will join us in just a couple of moments, and what we have is an army of reporters across the mid-state who will keep you updated tonight if you will simply stay with us. Billy?
George?
Stay awake.
I'll do my best, George. What's the over-under on Red Bulls tonight, you think?
You know what? I'm not in on that.
You're not going to go there?
No, not a chance. Not a chance. No. Maybe lemonade doesn't get much stronger than that.
No. All right.
So, kind of tell people before I bring Zach in here exactly what's going to go on here in the early going of the show.
George, we've got a lot going on, of course, here in this hour. Zach and I, of course, are going to just preview the biggest games we think. Of course, we've got NBA in Ravenwood tonight. Tyler Palmateer's over there. Russell Venozzi is over at CPA and Independence as well. And I mean, George, honestly, we've got games from the East region we're going to be talking about. We've got games in the Middle region we're going to be talking about. We've got games in the West we're going to be talking about. But for the most part, we're going to stick here in the Mid-State. So we've got an army of reporters: Russell Venozzi, Tyler Palmateer, Dave Ruthenberg. We got Ivan Aronin. I mean, I could go on and on. And so Zach, I'm going to send it over to Zach now as George has taken a little break. He will rejoin us momentarily, but Zach, it's upon us.
It is. It's jumping in here late minute, but so excited.
Scramble.
So excited to just kick off the season. It officially kicked off last night with a few games in the Mid-State, but obviously tonight is the big slate of games, all the ones that you mentioned. I mean, you see the NBA and the Ravenwood helmets above us. Yeah. I mean, first off, thank you to the schools for lending us those lids. We know they are not cheap, so appreciate you keeping the faith in us and Billy to bring those here to the studio and then deliver them back. So just one of many great games on tap tonight, and we're super excited to highlight it all for you. So, yes, 5 hours, a lot of time to talk about high school football, but you know what? We're going to do it, and we're not just going to get through it. It's going to be the best content that you can find in all of Middle Tennessee. So, as we say, high school football is back, and so is Main Street Preps with the best high school coverage in all of the state.
No doubt. I mean, Zach, it doesn't get any better than this. It feels like it's not real. Like I've waited so long for football season, but it's finally here, and I'm like, what? I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm like, what's going on here? But Zach, like you said, we are wall to wall coverage. It starts at 6 and rolls all the way through 11 o'clock at night, and that's kind of what we're about. It's about live. It's about. I mean, you got to be on your toes. You got to be on your toes. You got scores flowing in, of course, not yet. So we got time to prepare a little bit. But Zach, I'm looking forward to it, and this is just the beginning.
That's exactly right. And, I think we've got 20 to 30 reporters out there in the Mid-State. So we're going to try to hear from them as many as we can tonight. I mean, obviously that's a ton to get through over 5 hours, but we think we can do that. And not only are we bringing you live interviews with our respective reporters, we're going to jump into some play-by-play action through various radio networks. We're going to hopefully talk to some coaches towards the end of the show after their games. We would love to hear from you at the end of the show in the 10 o'clock hour. So if you're willing to jump in, talk about some high school football, whether it be a game that you're at, whether you just got some 2 cents that you want to throw into to Billy, myself, and George. We would love to hear from you. So it's going to be a jam-packed show. It's going to be a lot of fun. Before we get into our, I guess, reporter interviews in the 7 o'clock hour, I think we wanted to kind of talk about some Thursday night action that took place last night to open up the season, Billy. And I think I would like to start with who I say is the number one team in all of the state, regardless of classification, and that is Oakland High School, rolling to a 42-0 victory over Hendersonville. First off, Billy, does that score shock you at all?
No, it doesn't shock me. Maybe 42. I mean, 42, the domination. Hendersonville is a good program traditionally. I mean, you know them and that program very well, very familiar with them. But Oakland looks dangerous. They look scary this year, just like they do every year. But the sheer number of athletes that they have, I mean, it feels like they get bigger every year. They get more additional athletes coming in every year with the recruiting that Creasy's doing. But what they did last night, that really sent a message early on, and it's going to be fun to see what they can do and keep track of Lipscomb as well, because we've talked about it. Those are the two teams for us at the top of not just the mid-state, but the entire state.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't go wrong with either one, in my opinion, both coming off of state championship appearances. I don't know if Oakland's going to run the table quite like they did last year, going 15-0. I'm not sure if they do that again this year, but you got to think any team coached by Kevin Creasy stands a good chance to make a run at it. And, you know, kind of talking about Hendersonville a little bit, this is a third year that Hendersonville has opened up with Oakland. And a lot of people say, why in the world would you continue to schedule Oakland and open up with them year after year to start the season? Doesn't that hurt your confidence? Doesn't that hurt a lot of things? And I'll say this, James Beasley's crew has yet to lose their confidence from that game. I mean, they've lost pretty handily each year, kind of in the same realm, score 42-7, 42-14. And, you know, that's one thing about the Oakland-Hendersonville game that I think Kevin Creasy respects Hendersonville and respects James Beasley for scheduling them year in and year out. He's not going to put 50 on them or 60 or anything else like that they're capable of doing. So I think there's a lot of respect there. I think Hendersonville learns a lot from that game. They say that is their bar, and, you know, rightfully so. And here, Oakland should be the bar for every team that's not Lipscomb Academy, I guess, in the state of Tennessee. So it just shows, you know, how far they've got to go by playoff time, and usually it works out for them. So I'm excited to see if that's kind of the case again this year.
Yeah, I mean, and the football is very important at both those schools. Oakland treats football, you know, just like a typical, you know, Brentwood Academy, Innsworth, NBA. They're up there. I mean, and they've been at the top for so long. And, you know, but on the other side, Hendersonville, you just talked about it. I don't think they're going anywhere. Like, I don't think we should just write off Hendersonville after that domination. God forbid you lose to Oakland, the you know, arguably the best team in the state right away. That's not the easiest way to start your season. But for Hendersonville, I would definitely not write them off with kind of the depth and talent they have year in, year out. Sure.
I mean, they've got a tough schedule this year. Hendersonville does. You know, they had a really good team last year that made it all the way to the Class 6A semifinals that eventually lost to the Wade brothers in Summit High School, who went on to play for the state championship against Oakland. But, you know, the same exact schedule, but flip-flop this year. And no disrespect to the Commandos, but if James Beasley can somehow get that team to 5-5, I'm going to tell you right now, you might as well hand him the state Coach of the Year record, because they lost so much from last year's team, and it's just a difficult schedule. I mean, you've got one of the best teams in Kentucky next week in South Warren, who won their state championship last year. Their only loss was to Hendersonville. You've got a game against Beach that you never know what's going to go. A city rivalry. You've got Ravenwood. You've got Shelbyville, Baylor. So just a tough schedule for the Commandos.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, when you're in that area, you're playing those type of teams. And, oh, by the way, you got to go up and play one of the better teams in Kentucky.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
I mean, but I think that's good for a school like them. That's good
Sure.
for a program like them. And Coach Beasley, he wouldn't rather have it any other way. And I think most coaches are like that. But to start a season the way they have, boy, that's not easy. Not easy.
Absolutely. Let's look to a more positive note. How about Cane Ridge last night, opening up the season, the Metro Nashville season, with a big 17-14 victory over Pearl Cone? The Firebirds, Billy, year in and year out, coached by Tony Bernetti, are always a threat to make a run at it. And this year, I think you could say the same. So a very big win by Cane Ridge. We thought they were going to be good this year. I don't know that anyone picked them to beat Pearl Cone in the opening round game. Actually, I can pull back our Main Street staff picks to see that. But what a win for Cane Ridge, and what a way to open up the season for Metro Nashville football. I told you a couple weeks ago that, you know, they were no longer playing behind the eight ball after the 2020 season. They feel like they've really kind of picked back up and are in a good spot with a lot of good teams this year. So just a great way to open the season for Metro Nashville.
Yeah, and you talked about it, Zach. You were on our show promoting it and the uptick in Metro Nashville football. Cane Ridge, really impressive last night. That was a low-scoring defensive battle, kind of rare in Metro high school football. Pearl Cone was down early. I think it was 14-0, right?
That's right. They're down 14-0. Yep.
Pearl came all the way back, but what a catch by Jalen Johnson for Pearl or for Cane Ridge.
For Cane Ridge, yep.
Great throw by, of course, their do-it-all quarterback. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. You did that on our show earlier, but
and George made fun of me.
Shocker to no one. But Zach, honestly, you look at a team like Cane Ridge, and it's their time. You know, Pearl Cone has been at the top in Metro for seems like forever.
Yeah,
I mean, but at the same time, Cane Ridge has been right below them. So I mean, what a win! That's an important win to start your season over a team like Pearl Cone. Also, prayers out to Tony Bernetti. Tyler Palmatier was all over his minor injury. He had to go out to the truck outside the stadium, I think, during the game, right? So, so of course, prayers up to Tony Bernetti, head coach of Pearl Cone. He'll be back. He was already back after that, threw a mask on, and he was ready to go. So, but yeah, great way to start the season, and what a win for Cane Ridge.
Yeah, just a true football guy is Tony. Looking at Cane Ridge's schedule, they've got a very favorable game next week on the road at Antioch. I know Antioch just got in a new regime. They've got a lot of pride, but that's going to be a tough rebuilding project over at Antioch. And then you've got a winnable game again against McGavick, and then a tough game against your Irish in week 4, Father Ryan on September 9th. So I feel like that's going to really be a barometer game for Cane Ridge. And last note on them, shout out to Tyler Palmatier and Emily Spears. They were the only 2 people in the entire Main Street Prep staff to pick Cane Ridge over Pearl Cone last night. So shout out to Tyler Palmatier and Emily Spears.
That takes some guts right there. I mean, Pearl has been the team. They've been the team in Metro. So to go against them, that's got to give credit to them.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously knew something that we didn't know. Now, I will say this. Emily, to her credit, last year she caught some flack. I guess some people have a hard time believing that women can be in sports. And so she was kind of catching a hard time from somebody on social media. And so she just started going against everybody else, the kind of being different than the masses. So it worked out for her this time. It didn't work out for her so great last year in her overall record, because I think she was like 30-120 or something like that. But hey, for week 1, for one game, she's ahead 1-0.
Not a bad start. Not a bad start at all. I give credit to her.
Exactly. To be honest with you, she was 44-117. I want to make sure I get that correct.
Can't miss any of those wins.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to shortchange her on the 14 wins that she had, because those are obviously super important. Billy, it's to my understanding that you, obviously being a Father Ryan guy, were able to catch up with Coach Rector this week.
Yes, I did.
Maybe able to give us a little insight for the Irish's first game this year. What was he able to tell you, and what can you show us here?
You know what, Zach? We can go ahead and get into it. It's about a 2.5-minute clip. Caught up with Coach Rector last week after their scrimmage against Lipscomb, and talked a lot about the season transitioning from a building block season. Last year, they did some good things down the stretch, and now, of course, carrying into their first game of the season against East Nashville tonight. We'll be talking about that one and giving scoreboard updates of that one. But here is my interview with Coach Rector.
Coach, you look at your team last year as opposed to this season. What do you see kind of early on with fall camp, some of the main differences between your guys last year and then transitioning into another building block year for this year?
Well, we have a new quarterback like we did last year, okay, and so that's going to take some time to develop. And we have new corners that have almost no experience, and that clearly is a spot for us that we have to do better at. There's no doubt about it. We've got to let those kids play and get better, and I know they will. They're great kids, and they'll get there. They're young, but they may have to take their lumps early on and figure out how to play football, because that's really what you have to do. So it's amazing in this game nowadays how when we lost 2 really experienced corners. Both of them were scholarship football players. how much a difference that makes in just the program and especially your defense overall. But these guys, I love them. They're going to be really, really, really good one day. It'll just take some time.
Coach, you guys made some noise down the stretch of last season. I think he turned a lot of people's heads. I felt like that was a big step for the program. What's the challenge of kind of carrying that over and kind of continuing to build?
Yeah, well, I mean, this isn't the pros. You don't have the same roster. I mean, so you've got to adjust to the roster and the players that are on your roster and figure out how to have the most success. Clearly, as a coaching staff, we're continuing to, really, really grind on that. And that's what we're going to do. I mean, we're going to figure out how to, put the kids in the best position to do what they do best. And that may not be, things that we've done, in the past. But, at the end of the day, we've got a new offensive coordinator. We've got a new quarterback. We've got new corners. So, yeah, there's definitely some things that we have to let play into, how we want to be as a team.
Coach, real quick, East Nashville time. It's time to turn the focus there. I don't know if you want to talk a whole lot about them now, but I mean, at this point, what's the scouting report on them? They were another team last year that made some noise down the stretch. So, what's kind of the scouting report on East Nashville?
Well, I don't know yet. I'll find out, tomorrow morning, maybe late tonight. But, yeah, you're right. They made it to the state championship last year, and I promise you, and I know this, that doing something like that the previous year definitely bleeds over some bravado. You know what I'm saying? And they've always got talent. So, I mean, I'm thinking for sure that we'll have to really tie another notch in our belt, to go play a really good football team.
Coach, thanks for your time.
So that's what we'll do. Appreciate you, man.
That was a wonderful interview with Brian Rector, head coach at Father Ryan. I won't ask you about the upcoming Bishop's Cup and how important that is. It's been a tough time for Father Ryan, but really good insight there from Coach Rector in their first game against East Nashville. So, yeah, good stuff, man. But we're going to jump into our first break. But coming up after the break, we're going to get into a little bit of independence and CPA talk with sports editor Russell Venozzi. So stay through the break. This is Friday Night Live with Zach Womble and Billy Derrick.
The following is a presentation of Main Street Media, your source for news, sports, and information on Main Street in Middle Tennessee.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
Do you love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The third annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride, visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah. Yeah, there'll even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd Annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
I am your host, Zach Womble, and joining me every week is going to be Billy Derrick. He hasn't jumped into the frame yet, but also headlining this spectacular or soon-to-be award-winning show is Hall of Famer George Plaster. We are Friday Night Live, presented by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, where fans don't let fans drive drunk. Billy, you ready to jump into this second part of the, the hour here?
I'm so ready. I'm pumped.
We teased before the break that we were going to bring in Russell Venozzi to talk about independence and CPA. He's got a huge game tonight. Stars all over the field. Billy, are we ready to bring in Russell?
You know what, Zach? I think we are ready.
All right, let's bring him in. Russell, hey, man, we really appreciate you jumping on with us. I know you're trying to get down to the stadium, so much appreciated. First off, how in the heck did you settle in on covering this game with so many great games out there tonight on this Friday night?
Oh, it was a tough call, Zach. I mean, there were just a lot of great choices, like you said. This game has a lot of intrigue to it. And I'll say apparently a lot of people thought the same thing because I had a heck of a time getting in here. The whole front lawn out here at CPA, if anybody's familiar there on Old Hickory Boulevard in South Nashville, there's a just massive lawn out in front of the church, in front of the school. And the whole thing is packed with cars. I've been to a number of games here. I have never seen it like this. I'm not sure if they've reconfigured their parking or if there's just a ton of people here. But there's a lot of intrigue. Both teams are expected to be good. A lot of new faces on both sides. But, I'm expecting a pretty good game tonight and hopefully a better game than what happened last year. CPA kind of ran away with it a little bit in the season opener last year, so we're hoping for a little bit tighter score tonight.
It seems like both teams are kind of more evenly matched this year. And so, one of the biggest storylines that I look at is CPA not having their head coach tonight, Ingle Martin. How much do you think that is going to affect this football game, if at all?
I don't think it's going to have a huge effect. It's worked out really well for CPA. Of course, Ingle Martin, for those that don't know, his son is playing in the Little League World Series right now. Right, Martin? He's a first baseman for the Nolensville team that just picked up another win today over Utah. So they're 2-0 in Williamsport. Congratulations to them. But Ingle is, of course, with his family and with his son there. Certainly don't blame him for that at all. But he is handed the reins over to Steve Haywood tonight, a longtime CPA assistant who's actually was the head coach at Lakeway Christian last year. He left for 1 year to go to East Tennessee to be a head coach. He took that program to the playoffs for the first time in Division II. But he's back here at CPA. Ingle Martin took on expanded responsibilities this year with being the school's athletic director. And so he wanted to bring a guy in that could basically be his right-hand man, kind of associate head coach. And that's what Steve Haywood is and was before when he was here. So I don't expect there to be much drop-off at all. And this is, an assistant that all the players are familiar with. And I really don't expect that to be have much of an effect on the result at all.
Staying on the sidelines, Russell, Independence also welcomes in a new coach this year in Scott Stidham. I'm curious, do you know what it is that he has brought to that team that lends them to have optimism heading into this 2022 opener?
Yeah, well, he did a great job building up the program over at South Gibson before he arrived at Independence late last winter. And, he likes to play the kind of offense that Independence has had under Scott Blade. It's always an up-tempo, high-volume passing offense. I believe Stidham's going to try to do the same thing. He's got a new quarterback, as Independence seems to have every year. They just kind of plug and play with somebody. This year it's Cody Paga. I may be butchering that last name there, so I'm going to get that pronunciation right tonight. But he's already got several Division I offers, and looks like kind of the next Independence quarterback that they're slotting in there. So, and then of course they've got Trey Hartwell coming back at running back. They've got the Alabama commitment, Ty Lockwood at tight end. So Independence certainly has a chance to have a high octane offense once again this year.
I'm glad it was you that butchered that name, Russell, and not me. But Billy, what do you have for our good buddy Russell?
Russell, thanks for taking the time again. You talked about the crowd tonight, and it's interesting to look at the transformation of a type of CPA program under Ingle Martin and what he's been able to accomplish there. What have you seen? You've been close with that school the past couple
few years. What have you seen, and why do you think Ingle has been able to build that program into what it's become today?
Yeah, well, their reign, Billy, started probably before I started covering them. I know they've been a strong team, like you said, almost the entire time Ingle has been there for the last 12 years. But, you know, it's hard to put a finger on. I mean, I think you got to start at the top. The coaches, having a coach with NFL experience, high-level college experience, that certainly helps. It's a very principled kind of philosophy they have here. I mean, that's kind of why Ingle isn't here tonight, right? Because he's always told everybody, hey, you know, we want to raise good husbands, good fathers to be in the future. And, you know, he's kind of living up to that by skipping his own game to see his son, you know, have a kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. But, you know, they've gotten a lot of good athletes to come through here. I know some schools have plenty of transfers, and they've certainly had their fair share here. But a lot of these guys are on to school at CPA since kindergarten. So I think that also builds kind of a chemistry and a bond that maybe a lot of schools don't have. You know, you're not always going to be playing with somebody that you've known for 10, 11 years and when you're in high school. So I think that combined with just the location as well. I mean, it's a great location. It's in a fluid area of town. And there's just plenty of resources around here to make football happen and make it be a good team. So, yeah, they've kind of had the stars align at CPA, and I expect them to be really competitive this year, just like they've been for almost, I guess, over a decade now.
Russell, going deeper into this game tonight, of course, CPA and Independence, that is where you are at. What are the keys to victory for both of these teams? If you're looking at CPA, what do they have to do? And then on the Independence side, what do they have to do to get a win that could be very important for both of these teams to start the season?
Yeah, I think CPA doesn't need to do anything flashy. They've already got the recipe to win this game. They did it last year with a lot of the same personnel. So if they're able to, you know, get London Humphreys going, their wide receiver is committed to Vanderbilt. He's working with a new quarterback in Thomas Vaccaro. If they can get that connection going early, I think that could, you know, help CPA build a lead because every year they've got just a stout defense. And this year, Cruz Law, the younger brother of Cade Law, he was a stud for them last year. Linebacker, he's going to be relied upon heavily for that, to keep up that CPA defense, that reputation they've had for several years of giving up very few points a game. For Independence, you know, I think they've just got to hope that this isn't a mulligan game for them, having a new coach and a new quarterback. I think if they're able to come in polished and maybe if they've gotten some of their jitters and some of their just some of the natural transition stuff that happens when you've got a new coach and a new quarterback, I mean, there's just kinks to work out. So if they're already further along in that process than a lot of new coaches, new quarterbacks are, then that'll be a big help. But, you know, I've got to give CPA the advantage right now just based on the experience and all that. But certainly wouldn't be surprised if Independence kept it somewhat close.
Russell, going to let you go with this comment. Since you are the guy to go to in Williamson County for sports coverage, maybe you can speak to the Little League team down there and get those boys in some orange and white as opposed to the black and gold. But, Russell, we really appreciate you jumping on with us here Friday Night Live. Enjoy the game and look forward to catching up with you later on.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Thanks, Russ.
That was Russell Venozzi, sports editor for Main Street Preps, does a wonderful job, one of the best in the state, honestly, at what he does. You can check out his work at mainstreetpreps.com. But first, we're going to jump into a break, but coming after the break, we're going to get to more videos. We're going to get more interviews with our reporters, so stay through the break.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
You love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride, visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah. There will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
following is a presentation of Main Street Media, your source for news, sports, and information on Main Street in Middle Tennessee.
Kind of caught me red-handed there as I
Caught
was
you off guard a little bit there, Zach.
as I was getting the phone out, getting ready to text one of our reporters who was out in the field. Caught me red-handed, Billy.
I was not my fault.
It's all good. That's on me. Hey, that's on me. You know what? Before we went to the break, I told you that we were going to get into more videos. We're going to get into more phone calls from our reporters that were out there. So as we get closer to this 7 o'clock hour, as we get closer to kickoff, we're going to start taking more and more live calls. But first, what we're going to do is we're going to hear from our good buddy Tommy Bryan, who is the Wilson sports editor for the Wilson Post. Billy, check up Tommy and see what he's got to say for Wilson County sports.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tommy Bryan, and here's a report for Wilson County football coming to you on Main Street Preps. 7 Wilson County football teams, they're all in action tonight in the season opener. 3 games will be played on Wilson County turf. Watertown plays host to Class 1A Power Fayetteville at Robinson Stadium. Clarksville-Rossview visits Gladeville to take on Wilson Central High. And Mount Juliet Christian Academy welcomes Chattanooga's Lookout Valley to Ed Suey Field. Road games involving Wilson County football teams this evening include Friendship Christian at Trousdale County. Green Hill visits Murfreesboro-Siegel, and Mount Juliet travels up 109 North to take on Gallatin at Calvin Short Stadium. The game I'll be covering for WANT FM 98.9 is Lebanon at Antioch in the season opener. On paper, this one appears to be a bit of a one-sided affair in favor of Lebanon. The Blue Devils, coming off a 11-2 record in 2021, a 10-game winning streak, a Region 3 6A championship, and a trip to the Class 6A quarterfinals for the first time since '95. And by the way, the Blue Devils returned 15 starters off last year's squad. That includes the record-setting tandem of quarterback Jalen Abston and slot receiver Anthony Crowell. Abston completed 63% of his passes last year, throwing for over 2,000 yards, 23 touchdowns, and just 4 interceptions. Crowell piled up way over 2,000 all-purpose yards while scoring touchdowns 5 different ways: as a receiver, as a running back, on punt returns, kickoff returns, and 3 interception returns. The Blue Devils also returned 4 starters in the offensive line and all 3 starters in the defensive front. It ought to be a fun year for Lebanon High coach Chuck Gentry, who starts his 6th season with the Blue Devils. He's led Lebanon to a record of 34-22, a winning percentage of better than 60%. On the other sideline, Devin Arnold, a 2003 graduate of Antioch High School, is the new coach of the Bears. A former assistant at Lipscomb Academy, he takes over a program that has gone 13-76 over the last 9 seasons, and they've had 6 head coaches since their most recent winning year in 2012. That includes back-to-back winless seasons in 2018 and 2019. That's a quick look at all the action in Wilson County. Thanks for tuning in to Main Street Sports. I'm Tommy Bryan, and I'll talk to you later.
Tommy Bryan always bringing the heat over there in Wilson County. Nobody does it better than our good buddy TB. It's the reason why he's a Hall of Famer, just does really good work. You can check him out at Lebanon High School, as he mentioned, as they take on Antioch and what hopes to be a resurgence for the Bears. But Lebanon, coming off an 11-2 season, they were really good last year and expect to be really good this year. But now let's actually hear from Wes Inman. See, Portland is on the road playing at Westmoreland tonight in what will be a very good football game. I'm actually getting reports, though, it's come a monsoon in Westmoreland, so their kickoff time has been pushed back. But nevertheless, these are two schools that really don't like each other. These are two fan bases that want to get off on the right foot for the 2022 season, and they believe a victory over one another would do just that. I was able to catch up with Wes Inman following his jamboree, his Portland Panther jamboree against Gallatin, where he talked what they did right, what they can continue to prove on, and what they get out of this rivalry matchup with Westmoreland. So let's hear from Portland head coach Wes Inman following their jamboree against Gallatin. Here with Portland head coach Wes Inman. Wes got a 12-7 victory varsity tonight over Gallatin. Season kicks off next week. What have you found for your team that so far this preseason lends you to be optimistic as you head into the first week of practice?
I think we practiced with a really good tempo. We learned how to not quit last year. Our big focus this year was finishing. And I told the boys on several occasions, I don't think anybody in the state of Tennessee would tell you that we were quitters. But now we got to learn how to finish. And I believe that our boys are learning how to finish. And we're also creating depth this year. And we're creating it at receivers. We've gone from a straight in the box wing tee to more of a spread system, which I think we'll continue to graduate towards. And it partly due to the fact that we had some hybrid players. Some of our best runners also caught the ball as well. But it's really the depth that's popping out that's making us excited right now.
For sure. Like you said, you kind of transitioned into this new offense with all the weapons that you got. How did you think they performed today? I mean, it felt like Braden threw some really nice footballs, especially to Freddie down here on the sideline. What did you think of the offensive execution?
Well, I knew Braden had that in him. I felt like the things that we did last year were not necessarily the best things for him. And so we wanted to get him in a system that he's comfortable. And you also saw him run the ball very well tonight. Freddie's very prolific. He can create things when they're not there, as we saw in the Mumford game last year. And anyway, we've given him an opportunity to do that. Braden also in the offseason committed to working with a quarterbacks trainer, and he's done an incredible job of elevating his personal skills, and then he just brings that to practice every day.
Yeah, most certainly. You got a very tough opponent in week one, something I'm not telling you. A very tough game here last year, knowing you're probably going to get their best. I mean, what's the emphasis this week in practice? What do you focus on? What do they do well?
Well, what Westmoreland does well is compete, line up correctly, use good technique, not make a whole lot of mistakes. And if you're going to get a W against them, you're going to have to earn it, because Westmoreland's not going to give it to you. What I like about it is it's going to be a physical game, and it's an old-time rivalry. And they're a couple of classes below us, and none of that matters. We're going to go down there and play a tremendous game. Our boys are excited about it. Some of the boys know each other because we're close in proximity, and I don't expect anything but a great game.
Yeah, Chad Perry said he's anxious to get the rivalry renewed between Portland and Westmoreland. How important is it to have that rivalry between those two communities?
It's like the White House. It's like Hendersonville Gallatin. It's like Beach and Gallatin. It's like all the things that have been there in the past. It makes for exciting environments, which we always want our boys to play in, and it makes for tremendous gates, which we obviously all like to have because that just helps the overall football program. And if we just have to travel 25 minutes or they just have to travel 25 minutes, we want to do it every year. Sure, and I'm sure they'll prepare you for your schedule as well. Last question. I thought the offensive line and defensive line really handled themselves in varsity action pretty well. Can you just speak to that level of play from that position unit, especially with additions like Bryson Reeves and things of that nature? So before, I kind of thought we'd be a little smaller and but very aggressive and quick. But we really committed to the weight room, and you saw the boys have bulked quite a bit and have really improved their numbers in the weight room. And then in addition, like Bryson, who's a very special player, he's got ability, he's got intelligence, probably one of the nicest kids you'll ever meet, but he really flips a switch when it's time to play football. And there again, on our offensive line, we also have depth. Also feel very confident with the next group of guys. And of course, in a long season, you're going to have to do that. So I've just been terribly proud of our offensive line. For Main Street Preps, I'm Zach Womble West. Good luck this season. Thanks, Wes Inman, for doing the interview with me after that jamboree. I really think Portland is in good hands under the former Gallatin High School product that is Wes Inman. He cut his teeth in middle school ball before taking the head coaching job at Portland and really has got those boys believing and off running. But
Now it is time for another break. I know you're tired of them. I hate going to breaks as well. You can tell as it's, I'm just trying to work through it. But coming up after the break, we'll get into more reporter interviews as well as some videos. So stay through. This is Friday Night Live with Zach Womble and Billy Derrick.
Jody Jones Dentistry can handle all your dental needs, from the basics to cosmetic procedures. All of this in the nicest dental facility I have ever seen. Jody has done it right. They're located conveniently at 55 Music Square East, and for an appointment, it's simple. Dial 615-259-5100 and tell them Plaz sent you. When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links.
Do you love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride, visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah, there will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
Love that graphic that you built there, Billy. NBA Ravenwood Game of the Week, Main Street Preps. That's a good-looking graphic. Not as good as these helmets, though. So shout out Billy Derrick for putting that all together, making it look good here on Friday Night Live, presented by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, where fans don't let fans drive drunk. And jumping right into the break, we've got our good buddy Ivan Aronin, who is out covering a football game tonight. I believe Ivan is at Wilson Central, where they're playing host to Rossview. Ivan, how you doing tonight?
Pretty good, guys. How you doing? That is correct. We're down here in Cladeville for Rossview High School from Clarksville against the host Wildcats of Wilson Central. Teams are just warming up now. They pushed kickoff back to 7:30 for some little bit of heat relief. So we're still a little ways from kickoff now.
Yeah, there's been some delays in the northern part of Middle Tennessee, specifically in Sumner County, up at Gallatin and Westmoreland with some weather. So I was wondering if you guys were going to be pushed back at all, but it sounds like you are by 30 minutes due to a heat warning. Ivan, looking at your schedule here in Wilson County, there's not a lot of games to choose from, but this one really looks to be a good one. I know Wilson Central is hoping for a big year this year. Rossview is looking to turn some things around. I'm curious from your vantage point, what are you looking for tonight from both teams that lends you to think that they could have a good year this year if things go right?
Yeah, the last 2 seasons, Rossview has been Wilson Central's opponent for the season opener. Wilson Central has won both games, and they used that game to win their first 3 or 4 games of the season and get some momentum going into their region schedule. So they're definitely looking to do that again tonight. I think a lot of people, myself included, are very excited to see the Wilson Central offense and how they work. They have 7 starters back from last year's team. 4 of those are offensive linemen. And all 5 skill position players are seniors on that group. Probably the best playmaker of the group is number 1, Jace Newble. He's listed in the program as a wide receiver. He's listed on the depth chart as a halfback. He can run the ball and score, catch the ball and score. Pretty much their top playmaker on offense.
this is a Wilson Central team that is coming off a playoff appearance, a first-round exit, but Coach Dedman feels like he's got them off on the right foot. What have you seen from him? What does he do well that has the Wildcat faithful believing in him each and every year? Because this is a program that is very proud in its tradition, and they obviously want to get back to winning big football games, playing in late playoff games. What has Brian Dedman brought to this Wilson Central program?
One thing they usually have is typically a smaller roster than most teams in that classification in 5A. But what I've noticed covering them the last couple of years, every single kid on the roster totally buys into what Brad Dedman is trying to teach and trying to coach, and what they're trying to do on offense, what they're trying to do on defense. He has named himself the team's defensive coordinator. He calls the defenses himself. But every single kid on that roster buys into his program. And that seems to take them a long way, usually into the playoffs. Usually when they struggle during the regular season or even in the playoffs, it's just because of their depth most times.
Gotcha. Well, Ivan, we look forward to hearing from you at the end of the night. I know you've got your reporting duties to take care of, so best of luck. Have fun. Enjoy week 1 of the high school football season. I know there's nothing quite like it. We really appreciate you jumping in with us here on Friday Night Live and look forward to talking to you at the end of the night.
Sure. We'll talk to you later, guys. Thanks.
Absolutely. That was Wilson County reporter Ivan Aronin to give us an update on Rossview and Wilson Central. We're going to jump into our last break of the hour here, but when we come back, it's going to be 7 o'clock, and you know who's going to slide in, the Hall of Famer himself, George Plaster. So stay through the commercial break.
Hi, this is Melissa Hoisington, Regional Crisis Director from Volunteer Behavioral Health. Disasters can affect everything in your life, including your emotional health. Help is available during these uncertain times. The Tennessee Recovery Project is a free, supportive resource for adults and children who have experienced the effects of natural or human-caused disasters. Specialists are available for counseling by phone or in person. For free, confidential service, please call 833-954-2424. The hotline is open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Move forward with the help from the Tennessee Recovery Project.
This is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor-trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor-trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bart Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor-trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
Do you love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride. Visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah, there will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd Annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
I'm Bart Durham.
I was sworn in as a lawyer in 1963, and I've been working as a lawyer since then.
We're a firm that does exclusively personal injury, a lot of tractor-trailer crashes. Insurance companies will open up their checkbooks when you force them to.
We have systems that work.
We get the most money for our clients in the shortest amount of time. I'm Blair Durham. My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
From the studios of Main Street Media, welcome in to Friday Night Live. Hour number 1 is done. We have now reached 7 o'clock. He is Zach Womble. By the way, behind you is a great look at my Braves. That is a terrific look. And in a moment, you'll get a little bit of, let's see, you get a little Nissan Stadium back here. You'll get a little bit of NBA and Ravenwood back here, a little Vandy, a little Tennessee, a little Nashville Sounds. Zach, welcome.
Hey, welcome to you, George. You're the one over there sitting in your cushy seat while Billy and I are.
But what do you mean by that?
Just watching us just work hard, and you're just chilling. You're just hanging out, not doing anything. And so really, welcome to you, George. I'm glad you could join the production.
Wow, a little cynical, aren't we? Wow.
We got to keep it fun. We got to keep it lighthearted. We got a long way to go tonight.
We do. We do. So what all have you all done? Have you all just sat around for an hour? What have you done?
No, we have not done that, George. We could never do that. It's a high school football Friday night. So we've been ready to roll. We've had a few guests. We've had some audio clips as well. So we've been everywhere, Zach.
I think we've done a good job so far of updating people with what all's going on. And
if we can get that mic of yours connected.
Yeah, if we can just get this thing figured out, situated, we'd be cooking with gas. But right now
you can't steal my line.
Oh, I didn't realize it was your line, George.
It is my line.
I guess you developed it back in 1960 when you were first getting on the radio.
What has happened with him? He just rolls.
I'm just trying to. I'm getting nervous, George. I'm filibustering here with this microphone not working. I'm just in shambles over here, George.
You appear to be, I'm going to use a word, disheveled.
Yeah, there you go.
Disheveled.
I have that.
Hold on. Billy's about to come over and undisheveled.
Yeah, Billy's trying to do it all. Hey, are we cooking with gas right now?
Well,
George?
we're getting close to it. Well, let me say the look here is terrific. Man, world champs in the background, a little more adjusting. As I keep telling them, don't come in for that tight shot because less is more. But hey, we're excited. The high school football season sort of got underway last night with a few of the Thursday night games that these guys have already been talking about. And then you've got the full Friday slate, NBA and Ravenwood being one of the top games. What else are you excited about?
I'm excited about just seeing one game we haven't talked about is Springfield Greenbrier. They battle for the Pitt Carroll
I don't know.
every year.
Mike's not in, Zach.
Mike's, you know what? Like
No,
I said,
unfortunately
we're
not.
having a tough time over here. But again, we're professionals and we're going to talk through it and we're going to get through it. But Springfield Greenbrier playing for the Pitt Carroll and it's just running.
That's just that we're gonna have to put a little bit on hold because we're hearing a lot of buzz in there. But
Okay,
George,
so, yeah,
a little stall tactic here, a little bit of stall.
Are the Braves playing?
I think they are. I think the
Okay.
Braves are, but this is a high school football show, George.
Oh,
So
trust me, we can get the Braves in there.
you're gonna try to squeeze the
they're
Braves
just
in there?
around the corner back there, so don't think we can't get them in.
But George, you look at the time; it's 7:05. Games have started to kick off,
Yep.
but there are some delays. I already got a text from Terry McCormick saying Westmoreland is delayed out there. The weather is not great in the mid-state, specifically right now. So we'll have to.
You want to hear
we
a good
we were
lightning?
about 5-10 minutes late. So are a lot of these games out there.
Do you
So
have time for a good lightning story?
let's hear it. I may have already heard
Okay.
it, but let's hear it.
Well, years ago, a great friend of mine, the late Rick Region, came to me and he wanted to keep the Clinic Bowl alive.
Mm-hmm.
Clinic Bowl for years had been considered the state title games. And this was in particular back when the junior chamber was involved in it and the games were at Vanderbilt Stadium in Nashville. So he asked me to help him with the publicity of keeping the Clinic Bowl alive as a week 0 game. And so I agreed to do it under the stipulation that for one of the years that my beloved Battleground Academy Wildcats would get a chance to play in the game. And about 4 years into this arrangement, we get the big game set up. BGA and Franklin had not played for like 50 years. Who knows what little spat they had gotten into. They're separated essentially by less than a half mile. And so for the first time in all these years, they were going to play each other. It was going to be on a Saturday night, and the big night comes. And Zach, I'm all fired up.
I think we've got Zach back.
We've got Zach back.
Can you hear me?
There he is.
So
Oh.
Zach, just bear with me on this story. So I'm excited. It's one of the largest crowds that BGA had ever had for a football game. I made sure we had a logo at midfield. We had Battleground Academy, in the end zones. Well, about 10 minutes into the game, Robert Jemison, who at the time was BGA's athletic director, he had one of those little lightning gizmos. And he says, we've spotted lightning within 8 miles of the stadium. We got to take them off the field. So we go into that for about an hour, much as what could happen tonight with some of these games. And then we bring them back out. Looks like the coast is clear. And we start the game back up. And it's not 10 minutes later, Robert comes back to me and he goes, George, I don't know how to tell you this. We've got lightning issues again. We got to take them off the field. Well, the second time I was hot because, I had worked my fanny off to try to make this a great night, a great game. And it was going down in smoke. And there's not a thing you can do about it. But it is one of the things early in the season that you have to worry about because we're in summer, heat and combustible, whatever. Not that I'm a staff meteorologist, but this happens this time of year.
Absolutely. You know,
precipitation.
What'd you say?
A lot of precipitation.
A lot of precipitation. You know, I go by the old adage, I'll look outside. If the rock's wet, I know it's probably rained. If it's moved, there's probably some wind. That's about as far as my meteorologist expertise go.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
The bigger issue is the lightning. That's what they worry about. It's not necessarily the amount of rain, Zach. You know, there's more to it than rain.
Sure. I mean,
you've got lightning, you know, go out and get zapped by
Man,
lightning.
we are phenomenal meteorologists.
You know,
this is the best weather.
It's probably as
expertise
good as
I've
you
ever
get
heard.
if you tune into any local news stations, right? I mean, to be honest with you, we're as good of a meteorologist as they are, I guess. 50-50 chance of getting it right. Either it's going to rain or it doesn't. Looks like tonight it may rain, but like you said, it's the lightning that's getting everybody.
Yeah. So how many games right now can
So
you
in
all
Sumner
tell
County,
are
in
in?
Sumner County, there are two games that have been postponed so far, or delayed, I should say. Westmoreland and Portland and Gallatin versus Mount Juliet. We do have people south of Nashville in the Williamson County area, and they say they have not been affected by weather yet. Like Russell's game at CPA has kicked off, and I know Ravenwood and them have kicked off. So I guess people south of Nashville have not been affected yet, but everybody north of Nashville is kind of in a gray area right now.
The problem is it's scattered.
Yeah.
It's hit or miss. And at this time of year, and it's going to be this way for another 2 or 3 weeks. And, you know, the coaches that are able to somehow adjust, it's like baseball rain delays. What does the pitcher do during that hour and 5-minute rain delay? My Braves had that happen a few nights ago, and Spencer Strider went down into an area and threw a simulated inning. But, you know, you got these kids, they're fired up, they want to play. And do they lose all that energy in the locker room? I mean, the veteran coaches absolutely have an advantage.
Yeah, they've got to definitely figure out how to manage that time, and the good coaches know exactly how to do that because you're right, George. I mean, it's week 1. You've been going at it, your own teammates for months now in summer workouts, summer 2-a-days. Oh, excuse me. I guess I don't do 2-a-days nowadays, but regardless, you're going at each other day in and day out during the summer. You're ready to hit somebody else. And for them to sit there and tell you, oh, we're in a lightning delay, it's going to be at least another 30 minutes. It's certainly deflating. So the good coaches figure out a way to manage it. I'm excited to see who does just that.
Billy, what are you doing over at your command post?
George, I'm trying to stay awake over here. I know you guys are ready to roll, but we've both been going at it since 4 o'clock. So trying to survive here. But high school football is back. Zach mentioned it. NBA and Ravenwood has kicked off. No score in that one. And you know we will have live streams available, live play-by-play feeds that we'll always be able to go to. Looking forward to potentially going into that one. Blaine Keller. It's coming up, though. We're going to check in with Blaine Keller, and Zach knows this as I try to pull it up. He is at Springfield and Greenbrier, so we'll see if that one's kicked off yet.
Yeah, I believe it has. Like I said, they play for the Pitt Carroll Trophy, which is two former
Pete Carroll?
The Pitt-Carroll Trophy with 2 students who went on to serve in the United States military, came back, and so they honor those 2 gentlemen with the playing of that trophy. It's really cool cause that they do. So excited to catch up with Blaine from that game because it's usually a really good one.
Anything start before 7 in our listening area?
Yeah. So, you know, we obviously had the Thursday night games, but more importantly, well, now I guess not more importantly, but a game that kicked off tonight in East Tennessee, you had Beach traveling to Farragut, where Farragut actually leads the Buccaneers 17-14 midway through the second quarter. The Admirals actually jumped out to a 14-0 lead, and then a pick 6 followed by another interception that led to an offensive touchdown, had the Bucs back in it before the Admirals kicked a go-ahead field goal. But so far, that's been a really good one in East Tennessee, so excited to see how that one plays out, George.
Billy, you're going to have to steer me through. I'm new at this broadcast stuff. Do we do a commercial before Blaine? How does that work?
We do. We are good. We're set for a commercial break right before Blaine right here.
Then we will go to that break. Let me tell you up front, I'm very proud of that picture over there.
You just love the break.
You're darn right I do. We'll go to the break. This is Friday Night Live on Main Street Media Television.
this is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bart Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
I'm Bart Durham.
I was sworn in as a lawyer in 1963, and I've been working as a lawyer since then.
We're a firm that does exclusively personal injury, a lot of tractor trailer crashes. Insurance companies will open up their checkbooks when you force them to.
We have systems that work.
We get the most money for our clients in the shortest amount of time.
I'm Blair Durham. My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
Welcome in. This is the first real Friday of high school football. There were a few games last night, but tonight really is the big kickoff around the mid-state area. I believe I'm right. Blaine Keller is up with a report for us. He has the Greenbrier game. Blaine, I can hear the whistles in the background. Fire away.
Yeah, it's been a fast-moving first quarter, but that's probably the way both Springfield and Greenbrier would like it right now. The battle for the annual Pete Carroll Trophy, we're deadlocked, a scoreless tie right now, 0-0, with 5 minutes left in the first quarter.
So a little bit of a stalemate. I'm guessing rain and lightning not a factor?
Not yet, George. It looked like, you go a little further south, I guess it is, and in Nashville there's been some spotty showers all day, but here at Greenbrier I don't want to say the R word and I don't want to cause anything to happen, but it's been pretty dry so far.
Yeah, I think the L word is the one you're worried about, lightning. Hey, listen to that. Now that right there is what high school football is all about. It's not the $1 million band at Alabama, but nonetheless it's a great sound. Take it from there.
Blaine, you obviously are a Springfield graduate. Kind of a fun question. Are you having a hard time keeping your allegiances to yourself here, Blaine?
That's a really good point. I took over this job in Robertson County in November, and it is kind of interesting doing the Springfield-Greenbrier rivalry and trying to remain as unbiased as possible. But, I didn't play any sports in Springfield. I did play in the band, though. So, George, I do take the compliment for Springfield's band pretty personally there. I appreciate that.
Oh, I loved it.
Blaine, these two teams play for a really cool trophy, and that Pitt Carroll Trophy. You know all about it. Can you tell our listeners and watchers just exactly what that trophy is about and what it means to those two communities?
Yeah, it's just been a long-going rivalry that's based in a really good cause. A couple of years ago, former sports reporter for The Connection, Russell Benozzi, wrote a great story about it, about the veteran aspect that comes with it and the tradition that they're trying to carry along to honor the lives of those who serve, and those specifically within Robertson County and Greenbrier.
Blaine, tell me a little bit about these two teams and how you think this game will play out?
Well, if there was a year for Greenbrier to snap its streak of losing to Springfield, this might be the one. Springfield has 8 straight wins over Greenbrier. The last 3 games have been in favor of Springfield, 101-0. But this might be the best team Greenbrier's had since 2017 when it reached the Class 3A, I believe at the time, playoffs. The last time they reached the postseason. So, Greenbrier's headlined by 3-star defensive end Nathan Robinson. He's headed to Tennessee. Their offense is a little bit better than it has been in years past. They look good in the Jamboree. But on the other side, Springfield just added weapons to what it had last year. They were a quarterfinalist team in Class 5A. They added a 6'4" receiver that played basketball in Kamari and Flair. He's already made a couple of plays tonight. And they've just, it's Springfield. If you know anything about mid-state football here in Tennessee, you know that Springfield's always going to be contending for something.
Well, they've got a history at this that goes back forever. I can remember as a student at BGA, we battled with them for a Clinic Bowl berth. And you're absolutely right. There's a history to their program that goes way, way back.
Absolutely. Lately, I think Greenbrier fans wouldn't be too happy with the history that it's been. As I mentioned, kind of lopsided towards Springfield's faithful. Actually, you mentioned Dustin Wilson, their head coach for Springfield. His first 2 seasons at the helm at Springfield, he lost both matchups to Greenbrier. And since then, the last 8 have gone to the Jackets. So whatever Springfield's doing on the road, away, they've kind of figured out the recipe for success against their rival.
Blaine, one more here before we let you go. Of course, we know you're busy. Got to get you back to your coverage. But what are you most looking forward to seeing overall across the mid-state in week 1 of high school football as it kicks off tonight?
Well, I think whenever you look at the scope of things over the past 3 years, and I know this is something probably most people would say, but, even go back to last year when COVID was still kind of a factor in those first couple of weeks of the high school football season. And from all points and signs of it, it hasn't really been an issue here week 1. This is really the first normal week 1 of high school football that Tennessee's had in 3 years. And I think that's really exciting just to see how a full team can compete from week 1 to week 10.
Blaine, really appreciate you hopping on. We'll let you get back to your coverage over there at Greenbrier. Seems like a loud atmosphere.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Blaine.
I love that band.
That's high
so
school.
Good. Oh, it is.
That is high school football.
And you want me to get really specific? When you hear the song "The Horse," you know what I'm talking about?
I don't. Zach, do you know what he's talking?
I have no idea what you're talking about, George.
I'll whistle it for you during the break.
Very good. Well,
I can't believe neither one of you know it.
Yeah.
God.
Well,
what can I say?
George, what can I say? I can give you guys an update on Father Ryan in East Nashville. East Nashville has jumped out to a 12-0 lead over the Irish towards the end of that first quarter. 50-yard touchdown connection to set up a touchdown, of course, there for East Nashville. So they do lead Father Ryan 12-0.
By the way, next week, our Friday Night Light show, Friday Night
Did you say
Live.
lights?
I did. I don't know why that happened. Friday Night Live will originate from Father Ryan's football stadium. And some of you may know that school fought like crazy to get their own football stadium. When I was growing up, they played at Weston Junior High. Later, they played at Vanderbilt Stadium. Then it was Greer Stadium. There have been about 4 or 5 different places. And then Billy took some of his money, made a contribution. They got the stadium put together. And there's a real pride on that campus about the fact they now have their own stadium.
There really is. Can't wait to broadcast live there. Take Friday Night Live on the road for the first time. And who knows, maybe we'll end up at some other places.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a great opportunity for these other schools to jump in on that. I mean, that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very much looking forward to that. I mean, as much as the studio is nice here, there's nothing going to be quite like being in the atmosphere, in the kind of the aroma of it all. So that's going to be a fun week for us for sure.
12-0, huh?
Yeah. Tough start.
Did I hear a BGA score?
George, you did not.
Uh-huh.
Can try to work on finding a BGA score
Yeah,
for you.
I'd like to see if we could.
They got a
do
tough.
that.
How about a
Nolensville.
Clarksville McGavick score? Would you like a Clarksville McGavick score?
You know what? Lay it on me.
Well, it is 7-0 Clarksville. And what is interesting about that game is McGavick actually boasts one of the best wide receivers in not only the state of Tennessee, but the entire country, in Demetrius Bell, who's committed to Michigan State University. And what's interesting about him, George, is he actually spent this summer at Blackman, but decided prior to the season that he would enroll back at McGavick High School and go back to playing with the guys that he grew up around. So really cool story from Demetrius Bell to kind of return back to his roots at McGavick High School.
So he will end up playing for the $95 million man, Mel Tucker. I met Mel Tucker a couple of years ago out at Opryland at the NCAA Coaches Convention. He is one good football coach. Colorado only got him for a year. Then he went on to Michigan State. That appears to be the right place for him. I really look for that program to take off again.
Yeah, we've got a Brady Mack who we're actually going to talk to here soon. He is a big Spartan fan, so he's actually getting to see a future Michigan State player up close and personal tonight. So excited to hear what he's got to say, just what he sees from a future Big Ten weapon that is Demetrius Bell.
Guys, we've got another update. East scores another touchdown. They're now up 18-0 on Father Ryan. Shocker. I mean, that's one of the more surprising scores right now, and they're still in the second quarter.
Absolutely.
99-yard touchdown from Beard, their quarterback, to Frank Gordon. East 18, Father Ryan nothing. They got some
East
talent.
Nashville's a team that's coming off a state championship appearance last season. Ultimately, they lost to Alcoa in 3A football. Who doesn't? Shocker, right? Even the great Maryville High School in Class 6A will lose to Alcoa. But this is a team that's, has a lot of experience, has a lot of momentum built up. But to be up 3 scores over Father Ryan is kind of concerning if you're an Irish fan, honestly.
No doubt. And we'll have to see how that game ends up going. But
Billy's
what a
flag
start.
is at half staff.
about to be waving the white flag. My goodness.
Billy's not having a good time. But hey, at least hopefully maybe they'll rebound for the big game of the year here in a few weeks, right?
They'll get up for us. It's like college game day. When game day's in town, you're going to start playing well. So hopefully that happens to the Irish.
Yeah.
So it's 7:25. Games are now mid to late first quarter in a lot of cases. Some of them have lightning delays. Are you able to tell us who right now has a weather delay, if that's what you want to call it?
There's more people that don't have a weather delay than do have a weather delay, George. Like I said, it seems like it's staying north of Metro Nashville and really in that Sumner County area to me. I know Westmoreland, Portland has been pushed back to 7:45. Gallatin, Mount Juliet as well as 7:45. Those two seem to be the only games affected at this moment, but we'll check back later to see. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can get these games rolling.
George, what about you? What are you excited about tonight? We haven't gotten your opinion on the beginning of high school football.
I don't know. None of us know at this point in the year. Everybody's undefeated. So, there's enthusiasm. Obviously, the school that I went to is the one I care about the most. You don't seem to want to get me a score. Maybe
you would think
that's a good thing.
Yeah, maybe, George. But I do have an update. White House leads Station Camp 6-0 at the end of the first quarter. That's coming in from Andy Telly. So White House up early on a really, really good Station Camp team.
Yeah, that's big because White House is replacing 4,000 yards from last year between all their playmakers. That is a ton of production. And to go into Station Camp, go into the East Bank, be up by a touchdown over what should be a really stout defense in Class 5A is kind of surprising.
So how do you replace it?
Well, I mean, Ryan Hamilton is as good of a coach as there is in the Mid-State, a White House high school guy, and he's brought a lot of pride, and that's exactly what White House players will give you, night in and night out. They may be outmanned, they may be out-talented, but they're always going to play with pride, grit, determination, and it sounds like that's what they're doing. And, someone's got to step up, George. This is high school football. You don't get to keep the same players years after years after years, so someone has to step up, and I'm sure there are plenty of playmakers licking their chops over on the East Bank to do that, just that for the Blue Devils.
We've got a Ravenwood NBA update. I'm not sure if you said this earlier, Zach, but NBA leads 7-0 over Ravenwood. Kind of a tightly contested defensive battle so far late in the first quarter. So NBA up 7-0 on Ravenwood.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising. I won't be surprised if whoever wins that football game. I think it's just two juggernauts going at it in week one, and I think it's both schools are going to compete in their own respective classification. So excited to see how that plays out.
I've seen some highlights so far. It's a lot of Chris Parson and a lot of Marcel Reed running.
Yeah, that's what they do.
They're doing a lot of running.
So when do we think the last time that we had a high school football game in our area where the two starting quarterbacks had already committed to SEC schools? I can't think of a scenario where that's happened.
Me neither.
No.
I mean, Zach, you've been covering it for a while, and I've been around Division II, AA, and AAA now, of course, for a while. I just haven't. I mean, it's the Egg Bowl too. It's not just Missouri. That was Mississippi State, Ole Miss. I mean,
no disrespect to Missouri though, right? I mean, but you're right. I mean, that's going to be a rivalry that's going to be years in the making. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch on Saturdays. But George, to your point, I mean, I'm quickly going through my mind just of the 7 years I've been around Middle Tennessee football, and I can't think of a matchup quite like this. And if you're in attendance for that game, lucky you. Good pick on you to go to that game.
So we've talked a little bit about Chris Parson. Marcel Reed, of course, is the son of former Tennessee State football coach Rod Reed, who is a good man. Marcel, people have been talking about for 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah.
Was this simply Lane Kiffin?
This was simply a kid that was destined for greatness, and Lane Kiffin happened to be one of the first ones to recruit him. And Lane Kiffin can sell water to a drowning man. I'm convinced of that. You're selling Ole Miss. There's a lot worse places to try to sell than Ole Miss. Sell the Grove, sell everything that they have to offer down there in Mississippi. So I think it was a combination of things. I think it was Marcel putting himself in a good position to be courted by a coach like Lane Kiffin. And I think anytime you can get Lane Kiffin's imprint on your recruitment, I think it bodes well. He's just a really good recruiter, they say.
Where were Tennessee and Vandy in that mix?
I don't know if Tennessee really ever had a chance. I don't know if Vandy ever had a chance. Maybe Vandy did just because they're the hometown team. But this is a guy I think that wants to be in an explosive offense, and he just found the right fit at Ole Miss, and he found the right fit in Lane Kiffin and what he likes to do with running quarterbacks and how he kind of gets them in space and is able to take advantage of their natural talents. So it's just kind of a perfect recipe, I think, for Ole Miss.
Yeah, and Vanderbilt, I know, was after him, but he's a type of player and athlete that I'm not saying Vanderbilt doesn't fit, but Vanderbilt, of course, recruits a type of player, and not saying they kind of said, we don't want you anymore. But he, like you said, Zach, he wanted to find a good fit, and he found that at Ole Miss. And I wouldn't be surprised if 2 or 3 years down the road we're seeing him at quarterback. I mean, that's the type of coach Lane Kiffin is, the type of player Marcel Reed is. So,
but we both know this is the kind of young guy that people have known about for 3 or 4 years. And if he were to hit it big down there, both Tennessee and Vandy are going to be asked loudly, where were you?
Yeah, I agree. And I know Tennessee was after him. But a lot of this is, what does Marcel Reed want, and it's kind of what's best for him and his family. And, he ended up choosing a school like Ole Miss. So, but it's a good observation, George. And especially fans, as we look back at a guy, how do we miss him? And something start asking yourself questions. So who knows?
Well, the recruiting world is, it's easy to have 20/20 vision after the fact.
Oh yeah.
If you had it ahead of time, you'd be God.
Mm-hmm.
Not only are they missing out on Marcel Reed, talking about the University of Tennessee, but they're also missing out on Chris Parson, and they're missing out on Kenny Minchey, 4-star quarterback committed to the University of Pittsburgh. So a lot of great homegrown talent here in Middle Tennessee that I guess the boys in Knoxville just don't find useful.
Okay, we're going to go to the break. We have reached the bottom of the hour. This is Friday Night Light, and
George,
I know.
You cannot get it right.
I know. Why am I saying that?
Come on.
It's Friday Night Live.
There we go.
It is live, and it's on Main Street Media Television.
just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
This is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bart Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
I have taken an absolute verbal beating in this room. Welcome to Friday Night Live. Yeah.
There we
got
go.
it right there.
There you go, George.
That's Zach Womble. That was going to be Billy Derrick, but we're going to ignore him for the moment, and we're going to instead head up to Clarksville, Tennessee. Brady Mack is covering McGavock and Clarksville. Brady, tell us what's going on. Okay, let's try him again. Brady, are you there?
Yes. Sorry, guys. I got a lot of noise here because right as I was being called in, Clarksville High, the home team, just took a kickoff for a touchdown.
What's the score?
So it is pending extra point right now. It is 13-6 Clarksville High.
You were able to see your guy, Demetrius Bell, get into the end zone for the Raiders to trim their deficit to 1 at the time. I'm curious, what have you seen from him? As you know, you're obviously a Michigan State fan, so you're probably super excited to watch him play. But what does he bring to the football field and to that Raiders program?
Well, I'll tell you what, that was his first touch of their first drive. So it's been a slow game so far. That was that kickoff return that I just mentioned. Technically, only Clarksville's second drive of the game. So we're only 3 drives in. All scores so far. Bell so far only has 1 touch. But it was an easy score for him. He just put his hands up. Ball was right there, no problem. Nobody here that seems they're going to be able to guard him, especially on a slant route like he scored on right in the end zone.
Brady, you've been super high on Clarksville. They play in a region with Hendersonville and Beach and Gallatin. So we've kind of been talking preseason. What can we expect from the Wildcats? You're really high on them. I'm curious from your vantage point, what makes Clarksville so good this year and a real threat to make a run at that region title?
Good athletes, but most of all, they got a lot of really good experience. They had a lot of guys last year playing out of position because they just had a multitude of injuries. They bring back their starting quarterback, Gavin Geringer, who has gotten some Division I looks. They bring back one of their top running backs, Jamari Cobbs, who didn't play at all last year. He was a leading rusher as a sophomore. Now a senior. He scored on his first touch today. Jamar Carnell, he played quarterback for them last year. Despite being a linebacker and a running back, he's a thumper on both sides of the ball. And they just got a lot of really good experience. Isaac Shelby, best coach in the county, very well respected across the mid-state. And I think Clarksville High has a lot of really good pieces, and they have potentially what it takes to make a run in that region.
Brady, thanks for taking the time with us tonight. Of course, you are over at McGavock and Clarksville. Score update, of course, Clarksville taking the lead. But I want to ask you about McGavock, specifically their program. Of course, a Metro team playing against a team like Clarksville. A lot of new eyes probably at that stadium. What have you noticed in particular with that McGavock program tonight?
Yeah, so their roster is pretty small. You know, you're going to see that a lot with a lot of Metro teams because you see them losing a lot of their kids to bigger programs. I mean, I believe Demetrius Bell had originally moved over to, I want to say Blackman, but one of those bigger Metro schools. Obviously, he came back to McGavock, and that's huge for them. But, you know, you see a small roster, a small fan base following them around, but they have a ton of really good athletes, and you can see that they're competent in a lot of those guys.
One more here for you, Brady, at least for my part. You know, I asked Russell this question. You know, I know you're at one game tonight covering that one game, but looking around the mid-state, what's the thing you're most excited for and to see or to find out tomorrow morning about all these games here in week one?
Oh, man, it's got to be, for me, Lipscomb Academy. I mean, Trent Dilfer, one, it'll be interesting to see if Trent Dilfer explodes on the sidelines. But two, I mean, they just got so much talent. I mean, their backup quarterback, without ever playing a snap, was getting like FBS high Power 5 offers. I mean, that's pretty incredible. You can tell a lot of people are really high on that program, and I'm really looking forward to see what they do this year.
Brady, thank you for taking the time. Enjoy opening night of the 2022 season. We'll talk to you again.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Brady Mack reporting from Clarksville, Tennessee, where the homestanding team up now with the extra point, 14-6 over McGavock. Good report from him. Okay, I asked, and apparently I shouldn't have asked. BGA score.
Looks like the Wildcats just tied it up at 7. Looked like Nolensville took a 7-0 lead, and then the Nolensville High School women's basketball account actually letting us know that they tied it up at 7 with 9:27 left to go in the second quarter. So, you know, showing a little BGA pride there, George, although it may disappear.
The old Clinic Bowl.
This is what I was talking about. This was the night of the lightning strike that absolutely ruined it. BGA won this game in the Clinic Bowl 7-6. Started at 7 o'clock, ended around 12:30 in the morning. That was certainly nice.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
So, okay, what other scores we got?
I got Independence taking an early 3-0 lead over CPA with a 27-yard field goal for Calvin Wall. And, just continuing to come through. I mean, they're coming through big right now. I know Columbia Academy's up 21-0 over their opponent. So they're rolling in fast. They're rolling in hot, George.
Yeah, I'm going to throw some more gas on the Father Ryan fire. East Nashville now up 24-0. I know I mentioned that to you guys at the break. But East Nashville.
So they're really motivated about the fact you'll be there next week. That's really good.
Yeah, I didn't talk to any of them. I promise. I'm not trying to put some bad mojo on them, but East Nashville,
just
impressive.
Get some mojo. Period.
I mean, bad mojo is probably good for any mojo right now.
Cancel Billy for next week's pregame talk. You know, so
we've got an update though. NBA Ravenwood. NBA leads 13-0 in the first half.
Wow.
So I think that's early second quarter, actually. So
I'm not surprised. I am surprised. You've got two really great quarterbacks, as we've mentioned time and time again, with Chris Parson and Marcel Reed. But George, I think I was telling you on your show, the George Plaster show that airs 4 to 6 every day on Main Street Media TV.
Nice plug.
That's awesome.
NBA might actually be a better team and be better suited to make a run at their respective state title than Ravenwood is. And it sounds like maybe NBA is kind of flexing a little bit of muscle tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, Zach, you talked about it. You go over to NBA's campus and look at that school and look at weight room. You look at their field. I mean, it is unbelievable what they've done over there. And Coach Uverard, great coach. I mean, they just
came from BGA.
Yes, he did.
What do you expect?
Yes, he did. It's Chris Chauvin, their defensive coordinator.
Same thing.
A Father Ryan guy. He started at BGA, but what they've built there is unbelievable. And they've got They've got guys that, you know, they get in there as a 7th grader and they develop them all the way through. He's a 7th and 8th grade, and they say, hey, we're going to take you and we're going to develop you. So I know NBA is Father Ryan's biggest rival, one of the BGA's rivals, but not enough good things to say about that program. And Marty Uverard, a lot of respect.
Certainly. George, want to give another quick scores update. I've got Centennial with their big battle tonight, the Battle of 840 with Fairview. They're up 14-0 over Fairview. And then we've got Brentwood Academy losing to Eagles Landing, Georgia, 21-14 at the end of the first quarter.
What do we know about Eagles Landing?
I don't know anything about them.
Nothing. I'm assuming
they're in Georgia.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
They're in Georgia. Yeah. I think they are a bird mascot. They do compete at the high school football level. That I know. But other than that, I don't have a lot of knowledge on them.
That's a new trend, though. It's an interesting discussion because we just talked about it. Teams going up to Kentucky, Southern Kentucky, or Northern Georgia, going down there to play. And I know a lot of coaches will just say, nope, I'm not even going to think about that. But it does feel like there's a little bit of a trend starting with programs saying, hey, why not? Why not kind of take the players down there, something fun, and try it out. I mean, it does feel like more teams are starting to hop on that.
I'm not a big fan of it. I'll admit. I'm going to just throw the cold water on it. There are enough good teams in this state. I don't see it. To me, high school football shouldn't be a college road trip.
Well, depending on who you ask, some of these teams will have trouble scheduling opponents because opponents don't want to play them.
That's a good point.
Look at Oakland. Look at Brentwood Academy. A lot of these teams, they have to go out of state because there are a lot of in-state teams that don't want to get beat 56-0.
Yeah, and especially specifically in Division II AAA, like a team like Father Ryan, they've got to travel to Chattanooga. I mean, they got to travel over to Knoxville this year. So there's trips like that. I know it's not repetitive, but long trips like that happen. But yeah, I don't know that I'm the biggest fan of going to a whole nother state to bring your players to play. So,
although if you're going, Georgia is a good place. It is incredible football in that state. Having been to a couple of playoff games, that's something that I think the state of Tennessee is striving to get to Georgia's level. And I think in recent years, the gap has narrowed between what these two states have to offer.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you look at the high school football rankings and things of that nature on whether any kind of site that you want to use. No free shout outs to anybody, but you look at the state's talent and it seems like year in and year out, we're just getting better in the state of Tennessee. We're closing that gap more. And it just feels like a lot of good players come from the state. Look at our quarterback class here in the Middle Tennessee. Look at some of these athletes, Ty Lockwood going down to Alabama. You got Vanderbilt players, Tennessee players. So a lot of good talent here in the mid-state. So whatever you're feeding them, moms and dads, keep doing it because it's working.
Okay. One score note that matters to me. After an incredibly emotional series with the Mets, this is what I love about the defending world champions. Up 3-0 on the Astros, bottom 4 behind former Vanderbilt standout Kyle Wright. Go get them, Braves. We'll go to the break. This is Friday Night Live. Oh, yeah, I got it right. On Main Street Media Television.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
You really good try.
There aren't any cops around.
I didn't think there were any cops around.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Cover your hands, sir. You are right now.
I'm Bart Durham. I was sworn in as a lawyer in 1963, and I've been working as a lawyer since then.
We're a firm that does exclusively personal injury, a lot of tractor-trailer crashes. Insurance companies will open up their checkbooks when you force them to.
We have systems that work.
We get the most money for our clients in the shortest amount of time.
I'm Blair Durham. My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
Jody Jones Dentistry can handle all your dental needs, from the basics to cosmetic procedures. All of this in the nicest dental facility I have ever seen. Jody has done it right. They're located conveniently at 55 Music Square East And for an appointment, it's simple. Dial 615-259-5100 and tell them Plaz sent you.
Do you love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride, visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah. There will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
Welcome back in on this Friday night. This is Friday Night Live. I'm George Plaster. He is Zach Womble. Over in the bullpen is Billy Derrick, and we are bringing you 5 hours of continuous coverage of the first Friday night of the 2022 high school football season. We should be joined in a couple of moments by Tyler Palmatier, who will give us an update on MBA's game against Ravenwood. 13-7, I believe, is what I heard moments ago.
No, it's actually is it? Did you hear that, George?
13-7.
Okay, so that's the latest.
Okay.
I guess we'll get it from Tyler, right?
Well,
here.
we'll do that as soon as he's ready. But first, let's go Donnelly Timmons scoreboard update. Zach, what do you got?
Well, George, there are a lot of scores rolling in at the moment, but first we're going to start out with Friendship Christian's Garrett Weekly giving the Commanders a 14-0 lead over Trousdale County at the moment. That is a big score because Trousdale County is sure to compete in their region for a championship. So that is a big, big, big jump out ahead for Friendship Christian. We've got Montgomery Central leading 9-7 in their football game. We've got Rockville with a 19-0 lead over Laverne. We've got Fayetteville leading Watertown 12-6. We've got, George, you might want to close your ears on this one. We've got Nolensville leading your BGA.
Yeah.
Fighting. What are they, Wildcats?
They are Wildcats.
Fighting 14-7
Don't
right
you ever
now.
forget that.
West Creek leading Northeast in football action 2-0 at the moment, so that's a barn burner. We've got
2-run homer.
Exactly. Yeah, by Castellanos. We've got Ravenwood and NBA playing. It's 13-6 NBA at the moment. We've got Liberty Creek up on Jackson Central Mary 13-0 in their first ever football game as a program. So a lot of scores coming in. If you got them, send them on through. We've got Springfield up 14-0 on Greenbrier. Gallatin Mount Juliet has been pushed back to 8 a.m. Back to 8 p.m., excuse me. Westmoreland. Portland also pushed back to 8 p.m. And Lookout Valley with a 7-0 lead over Mount Juliet Christian Academy. That is our scoreboard update through the 7 o'clock hour so far.
Billy, would you like to contribute?
George, I would like to contribute. And Zach did a tremendous job of getting all the scores. He really did.
I was very
give credit
impressed.
to him. Of course, it is powered by Donnelly Timmons and Associates. Donnelly Timmons Custom Builders, they actually changed their name. But I've got an update from CPA and Independence. CPA leads 21-10, 7:23 left in the second quarter. Vanderbilt commitment London Humphreys does it again. He had a 29-yard touchdown there in that one for CPA. So he's been playing well. Of course, Zach mentioned NBA. Father Ryan trails 24-6
against East Nashville. So Father Ryan has gotten on the board.
We congratulate them for that.
Yeah, that's big stuff. Appreciate it, George. We'll see how BGA does.
Yeah.
That'll be fun to track.
Uh-huh.
I
mean, we're going, for those who don't know it, next week, we will take this Friday night live to Father Ryan High School as sort of a, kind of an honor to Billy. He went to school there. I'm not sure everybody claims him, but whatever.
An honor to Billy. That's how we're describing this.
an ode to Billy. Okay. In these scores, let's start with Zach. What sticks out
George,
to
we
you?
got Tyler on the line too.
Do we?
Yeah, I told you that like 3 minutes ago.
Well, no, but I couldn't see him pictured up there.
Oh, well.
Tyler, my apologies, and let's ignore Billy.
Yeah, let's all ignore Billy.
It's a good move. Tell us about what sounds like a pretty good game.
Yeah, NBA kind of clinging to a 13-6 lead here. They had a chance to push this to another score early and just had a touchdown fall to the ground in the end zone. But Raven was really hanging in. They were able to stretch out a long drive and kind of busted open a play to get down to the half-yard line and were able to get a score when things really could have turned. If you can't make anything happen offensively against NBA, there's a chance they'll really shove a long drive down your throat, run it in, take up a lot of time, still get that score. So that was a big touchdown that Ravenwood just came up with from Carter Pace, this short run. It's been a fun one so far, guys. Quarterbacks have played pretty well. And I'm watching the play as we speak. NBA is now down to the Ravenwood 3, so they're in business. They got a chance to up it back to 2 scores, but
Tyler,
anything you guys are curious about?
Yeah, we talked earlier today about the fact that these are 2 quarterbacks that have already committed to SEC schools, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, respectively. Talk to me about how they've both looked tonight. What do you see that you really like in them?
Well, Marcel Reed has sort of done everything he normally does, scrambles really well and really wisely, kind of knows when to get rid of it, hasn't really put himself in bad situations. And his one touchdown throw was wacky. An NBA just punched in, Jonathan Moore. They're about to go up 2 scores again. They are up 2 scores. Reed scrambled and looked like he was in total jail earlier and threw a touchdown pass. He's looked really good. Carson is also obviously talented, but the one thing as I watched this game tonight, we talked about it a little bit, was the offensive line. He's kind of running around a lot. These plays are having to come out really fast. So it's he uses a lot of energy at times just to scramble for 3 yards, and you just sort of wonder. Now we have our 3rd extra point miss on the night. Still week 1. So Ravenwood's offensive line is something they're gonna have to shore up if they want this offense to really go as it could with Parson behind center.
So am I right? NBA 19-6?
Yep, that is it.
Where are we on the clock?
5:47 left in the first half, and NBA will get the ball to start in the second. So it's been drawn up well for the Big Red so far here. A lot of time to go, but NBA looks pretty good, and Ravenwood is hanging in there. They got to go down. I think they got to go down the field here and score to kind of keep this one within reach.
Tyler, we've talked at length about these quarterbacks, and rightfully so. I mean, they're just so good. But it feels like with NBA taking a 19-6 lead, you're saying how it really feels like Ravenwood really needs to capitalize on the next position. Are you just seeing a different team, a better team in NBA than the one that is Ravenwood? Because we were saying earlier how I think that NBA has a better chance at making a run to their respective state title than, say, Ravenwood does. So is this a sense that NBA is just a better football team than Ravenwood?
Could be. Certainly at this point in the year, they look like the more well-rounded team is what I would say. I mentioned Reed's touchdown. That's a craftiness, stuff you can't coach. Well, NBA's second touchdown was an 86-yard run from running back Jonathan Moore that was blocked up just perfectly. And that's the other thing that NBA does so well, just good up front. And I'd say they're more well-rounded when you consider the lines. But there's a couple quarters left. I mean, things can get crazy. You never know. Ravenwood kind of runs they're a lot more spread looking this year, and it's worked for them at times. But like I said, when your offensive line's not really blocking, everything's got to be fast and and effective. So that's one thing that they're gonna have to work through, as we get through these first few weeks.
Tyler, I know you got a good game in front of you, so we're going to let you get back to that. But we really appreciate you jumping in with us here on Friday Night Live, giving us some heaters, giving us some great content. So, Tyler, enjoy the rest of your game.
All right, you bet, guys. Good chatting.
Did you say giving us some heaters?
Yeah, dropping heat, dropping knowledge. You know how us millennials now talk, George. It's,
right. There's a generation gap in the room.
I would say, yes. I think it's fair to say there is a generation gap in this room, George.
That's what the kids are saying nowadays, George.
Well, there's a bigger gap between you and Billy because I think he's like Generation Z or something like that.
Yeah, what letter am I? What are these? What letter is George?
Look, let's be honest. If it has not happened, by 2015, he is useless.
That's right.
He's like, who is Bill Russell?
Come on, George.
Yeah.
I consider myself a historian here.
Oh,
Come
please, God.
I mean,
That
you can't look at stat of the day only.
No. Okay. So as we approach 8:00, welcome in. What you're watching is Friday Night Live. George Plaster, Zach Womble, Billy Derrick, who can't go past 2015 with much of anything. So, guys, a lot of the games getting very close to halftime. Billy, give me some thoughts on a couple of things you've noticed early.
Well, George, NBA, first off, I mean, I don't want to go domination so far, but they've handled Ravenwood pretty well. And Tyler talked about kind of the physicality edge that they've displayed. So impressed by NBA so far. Impressed by CPA too. Those are the two games: NBA Ravenwood, CPA Independence. Independence is a really good ball club. Zach knows it. You know it, George, from experience. CPA handling Independence as well.
And of course, the side story is that Ingle Martin is not with his team tonight. Zach, he's at the Little League World Series, and I kind of like that.
Yeah, that's a great move for him to make as a dad, husband, father. Like Russell hit on it. This is a guy that is teaching his kids at CPA to be better men, better husbands, better fathers when they grow up. And then it's living the example by just, telling them like, hey, I'm going to support my boy. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for him. I'll be back next week. You'll get through. And I'm sure that the coach that they're playing for is probably getting the same thing that Ingle could get out of his kids. So just a really cool move from Ingle to show that family is more important than high school football.
By the way, the Tennessee team in the Little League World Series
on.
Yes, advanced in huge fashion, beat Utah 11-2. I don't know who they play or when, but kudos to Ingle Martin's team as they roll on in the Little League World Series. And it looks like he'll live to tell about it because CPA, at least early, is up. God forbid they lose. Can you imagine the pressure on that coaching staff?
Well, what about the opposite end of the spectrum? What if they win big? It's like, do we even want to bring Ingle back to coach? I mean, we've got a good thing going here. We've got a big win off to the 2022 season, so maybe you don't. So it could go either way. You just never know, right, George?
Who knows?
Billy, do you have scoreboard update material?
I do have scoreboard update material, George. This is courtesy, by the way, of maxpreps.com. As we get into, I know Zach just got into a little bit of a scoreboard update, but let's go to our first sort of full scoreboard update here. Of course, it is sponsored by Donley Timmons Custom Builders. Log on to donleytimmons.com, of course, for more information there. Let's start, kind of go around the state here. Creekwood and Dixon County tied at 7 in the second quarter in that one. Let's go to Jackson Southside and Ripley. Ripley leads 14-0 there.
Believe it or not.
All right,
Ripley's
George.
Believe it or
Oh,
not.
I get it. I get it.
Wow. Tough crowd.
Really tough crowd. Zach mentioned this one earlier, but Eagles Landing and Brentwood Academy tied at 21 right now. So Eagles Landing has tied that one up in Georgia, down in Georgia there. Bartlett leads Pure Academy 14-6 in the first quarter. Giles County and Lincoln County tied at 14 in the second quarter in that one. West Ridge leads Volunteer 28-6 at the half. Adamsville 14, Trinity Christian Academy 7 in the second quarter. And Portland and Westmoreland, are they still in a delay?
They're apparently right about to start.
Okay, so Portland and Westmoreland getting ready to start. Terry McCormick will have an update from Westmoreland a little bit later tonight. White County leads Livingston Academy 34-0 in the second quarter. Dobbins-Bennett leads Tennessee High School 24-0. Page and Fairview, no score in progress there. Nolensville leads Battleground Academy 14-7 in the second quarter. And that one, Clarksville up on McGavock 14-12 in the first quarter of that one. We may be getting another update from Brady Mack on that one. And again, not promising these are laser instantly up to date, but these are definitely solid all the way around. Lebanon leads Antioch big time, 42-0 in the second quarter. Warren County leads DeKalb County 14-12. Fayetteville and Watertown, a big game we have talked about. Tommy Bryan talked about it in his little preview audio clip there. Fayetteville leads Watertown 22-10 in the second quarter. As we continue to roll on, Franklin County leads Coffee County Central 13-7 in the second quarter. NBA and Ravenwood, of course, this says 13-6, but it's now updated as Tyler just told us 19-6 now. NBA leads. We'll have to see if Ravenwood got back on the board there right before the half. Gatlinburg, Pittman, and Seymour in battle. Gatlinburg-Pittman leads that one 7-0. Farragut in the fourth quarter against Beach. So that one is a late, I guess, an early start on that one, Zach. So Farragut leads 31-28 over Beach. We'll have to keep track of that one. And Fulton leads Austin East 21-10. Siegel and Green Hill, no score between those two teams. JP2 and Hillsboro, Pope Prep in Hillsboro as they changed their name. I knew you had an earlier. There was a score in that one, Zach.
It was 7-0 JP2.
7-0 JP2. So that's the latest score we have there.
Got a late one. Nolensville has added a touchdown. They lead BGA 21-7. Let me ask a question real quickly. So Nolensville a couple of years ago became a little bit of a state power.
Yep.
Closest thing I have to a nephew, Timothy Koutras, was a terrific player there. Went on to Liberty and is very close with Malik Willis. They played video games together. I've been hearing about this for the last year and a half. What is Nolensville now?
Well, they're a high school in Williamson County, George, is what they are.
Yeah, George, I don't, I know you can. Yeah.
Oh, hold on
I like
a second. We have new news.
We have another update here.
21-14 Nolensville over BGA right before halftime.
Good game out there. Is that at BGA?
It is. My thanks to Chris Koutras for giving me that info. No,
good game out there tonight.
Yeah. What level are they right now as far as how good are they?
So they're a Class 5A program. So they compete in the same region as like a Station Camp, or excuse me, they're not in the same region. They're crossover region when they meet in the playoffs. So they're Region 6 5A, I believe. But they're a program that's kind of sprouted up out of nowhere, but they're in a good community, right? That Williamson County sports community that they have down there.
Really supportive.
It's so talented across the board. I mean, from sports like football to tennis, lacrosse, I mean, you name it, there's so much support in that area. And I just think anytime you provide kids with the opportunity to be great with great facilities and great things, they're going to take advantage of that. And that's what they've done at Nolensville High School.
Yeah, Paul Derrick, my cousin, has done a phenomenal job there.
Oh.
It's a little...
Now, Zach, you may not know it, but he's got 46,000 cousins.
I've started to pick up on that. There's a cousin here, there's a cousin there.
Well, you may not know the backstory.
I probably don't, but they all. But you
want to be taught here?
Do I want to be taught?
Yeah.
Yes, please teach me, George.
His grandfather was the head coach at Father Ryan back in the late 70s.
Okay.
And Father Ryan had football on radio before virtually anybody. I know. I was the announcer. I knew how to say one thing, hand off inside.
Yeah,
we had not yet gotten to Jones and Mackey wide to the left, Zomble wide right, tight end in motion to the near side. We had not gotten to that point yet.
No, but George, kind of going back to Nolensville, it's a good question because they, Paul Derrick came over from a school like Brentwood, and his cousin, Patrick Curran, another young coach kind of on the rise as the defensive coordinator over there at Nolensville, and they've kind of built it their own style. So, and Zach said it right, the great community over there. I don't know how new that school is, but they
less than 10 years.
I was going to say less than 5.
Yeah, I think it's even newer. And the fact that, I mean, 5, 6 years old, whatever they are, and they're already competing like this. You got a really good receiver, Chance Fitzgerald, who's very good. He's going to go play likely at the Division I level. But yeah, I'd love to be out there tonight. BGA Nolensville.
2016 is when it opened. 2016 Nolensville High School.
So
opened.
7 years. 7 years.
Going on 7. So yeah, I mean, just what they've been able to do in a competitive area.
Yeah.
I mean,
they won a state volleyball championship a few years after their opening. I mean, soccer's they've been to the state tournament. I mean, football's been really good. So yeah, they've definitely found a formula for success down there.
Okay, we are expecting an update momentarily from Matt Murray, who is covering Mount Juliet at Gallatin. That should happen about 7 minutes from now.
George, you're familiar with the Gallatin faithful.
Yeah, I was their speaker.
Did you learn anything about their team this year?
They have really good food.
That's all you learned?
They put on a heck of a spread. Well, first of all, Gallatin football is synonymous with success over the last 30 years. Calvin Short built up a program, and not only did they do a lot of winning, but Zach, as you know, the support level in that community, that is truly one of those, listen closely, Friday Night Lights kind of deal where when they go on the road, the whole community of Gallatin goes with them. If you're going to rob Gallatin,
do it on a Friday
night when they're on the road.
That's exactly right. I mean, the support that Gallatin shows their football team is second to none. They've obviously had some down seasons the past couple of years, and so that's obviously not what anyone wants to see is the supporters of the Green Wave. But when they're rolling, man, they're the hottest ticket in town. They're the toughest ticket in town. And you're right. If you're playing host to the Green Wave and they're 8-0 coming into your house, you better tell your fans to show up 2-3 hours early, because if they don't, the Green Wave are going to take over the home side of the stadium.
I love, especially listening. We had him on, Coach Short, on the George Plaster show, and you could tell he misses it. He misses it a lot. Just the tradition that Gallatin has, and so many other communities. George asked him about, what are some other teams that you remember that always traveled well and had dominant fan bases at home. He said school like Lincoln County, I think he said, always traveled really well.
Kelly Holcomb's old school.
Yep. And so there's a lot of schools like that. I'm not going to say get forgotten, but they love it. They eat up football, especially on Friday nights. So that's kind of, you think about Friday night and high school football coming back. That's what I like to think about. Those fans in those smaller knit communities really just getting excited.
Okay, you'll notice underneath the crawler, and I want to thank the folks in the other room who are taking care of that. Stephen, thank you. Chris Kulik, Justin Kulik, because trying to put that all together, and you'll see it here in a minute, the crawler will have the live scoreboard updates. And that's one of the things between now and 11 o'clock tonight you will see a lot of. Let me ask this. Anything either one of you can share scoreboard-wise right now?
I've got a couple updates. We've got Henry County with a 17-7 lead over Summit right now. Summit obviously graduating the Wade twins last year, so they're a little bit bounced back, but following to Henry County at the moment, who is going to be a really good team. We've got Columbia Academy with a 34-0 lead over Ezel Harding. Friendship Christian up 21-0 over Trousdale, which is a big surprise to me because Trousdale should compete for their region title. I guess Friendship is a lot better this year than I expected them to be. Siegel and Green Hill knotted at 0. Guess those guys decided to play soccer tonight.
NFC North.
That's right. Rockville leads Laverne 27-0. Lookout Valley 14. Mount Juliet Christian Academy 0. And looks like Independence has cut into CPA's lead as of 10 minutes ago with a touchdown to trim it to 21-17 at the moment, courtesy of Russell Van Ozey.
So hold on. Do we think that Engel is watching this from the Little League World Series?
Oh,
I mean, he's not just blown it off.
No, he's most definitely tuned into Russell's Twitter feed at the moment. He's obviously watching Friday Night Live with us. So he's clearly got a vested interest in this football game. So definitely keeping up with all things CPA.
Engel, if you're out there, you are a sandbagger in golf. I know.
Does he say? Is he one of those that he doesn't tell his true handicap? He kind of exaggerates. No. He's a 7 handicap, but really he's telling you he's a 15 handicap.
Oh, I shot off my mouth one time in a little golf match out at Harpeth Hills, and he shoved it down my throat. Well, first of all, Engel Martin was a great athlete, quarterback who went on to Furman, then went on to a short amount of time with the Green Bay Packers, a little bit of time with the Tennessee Titans, then got into coaching, which I always believed that he was meant to be a coach, and thrilled for the success that he's had. Billy, what do you got?
Zach, I don't know if you just got to this or not, but Ravenwood did score.
Okay.
Before the half. So there's still 3 minutes left, I think, until the half there.
What's the score?
19-13.
Okay.
Ravenwood has trimmed that deficit. So that's the score. We just had Tyler on. He said they need to score here. So Ravenwood trims it up.
Other update, I guess CPA just scored from my last update. So they go into the half up 28-17 over Independence.
Yeah, I just saw that one from Russell too. So big game. I mean, those are two big games right there. NBA Ravenwood, CPA Independence right out of the gate. So
it's almost a shame that they end up meeting in week one.
Yeah. Oh, seriously. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things where you wish they were on different weeks so that you could go catch both of them. But either one you're going to see a really good football game. Like we said, Independent CPA has got their future SEC talent on the field. We've talked at length about Marcel Reed and Chris Parsons. So kind of goes back to our original point, George. Tennessee high school football has really taken a step forward in these past few years. There's just so much talent to go out there and see.
And we've actually got Matt Murray on the line. So,
and what game is he covering?
Mount Juliet and Gallatin, that just kicked off.
Let's do a little tease here. We'll come back with a Gallatin Mount Juliet update
after the break.
Or do you want to do it now?
Well, let's do it now.
All right. Let's hop into it.
Matt, you've the tarp, I guess, is off the field, and the starting pitchers have gotten in their warm-up tosses. So kind of a weird start to this, isn't it?
Well, Matt's on the line. Not sure.
It's so strange that he wasn't able to hear us. But it's, to my understanding, Mount Juliet holds a 6-0 lead. I believe the Golden Bears scored on a 57-yard touchdown run. They did miss the extra point.
You have reached the maximum
52
time.
seconds into the game, so they led 6-0. Gallatin responded with a fumble on their first offensive series, so not going great for the Green Wave.
Let's stop there. Maybe we can get Matt on with us after the break. It is 8:15, so a lot of the games have reached halftime. This is our first show of the year, Friday Night Live. Yeah, I said it right this time. And it's presented on Main Street Media Television.
Hi, this is Melissa Hoisington, Regional Crisis Director from Volunteer Behavioral Health. Disasters can affect everything in your life, including your emotional health. Help is available during these uncertain times. The Tennessee Recovery Project is a free, supportive resource for adults and children who have experienced the effects of natural or human-caused disasters. Specialists are available for counseling by phone or in person. For free, confidential service, please call 833-954-2424. The hotline is open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Move forward with the help from the Tennessee Recovery Project.
This is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor-trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor-trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bar Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor-trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links. Jody Jones Dentistry can handle all your dental needs from the basics to Jody Jones Dentistry can handle all your dental needs from the basics to cosmetic procedures. All of this in the nicest dental facility I have ever seen. Jody has done it right. They're located conveniently at 55 Music Square East, and for an appointment, it's simple. Dial 615-259-5100 and tell them Plaz sent you.
Do you love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride, visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah, there will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
This is week number 1 of our marathon coverage of high school football. We'll be with you every Friday evening from 6 to 11 p.m. George Plaster, Zach Womble. What's your name?
Oh, give me a break.
Billy Derrick alongside with you. And you know what? While we've got a second, let's call roll in the back. Make sure that those folks are present and accounted for.
We got Stephen Tome helping us.
Hold on a second. Shouldn't he make some noise?
Yeah, Stephen, come over here. Come over here.
Oh, just make some noise.
Say hello to the people.
Oh, that's so weak. Good Lord.
There we go.
Good Lord. Chris Kulik, make some noise. Justin Kulik. Yeah. Okay, so those people are in the back. Highly professional unit, as you can tell. Helping us. As you'll notice at the bottom of the screen, we now have the crawler working.
And for reference, the score, so you see at the bottom, East Ridge right there, Silverdale Academy leads East Ridge 42-13. So the score is in front of the respective team. I know, obviously not ideal, but our team is working really hard to fix that right now. So, but just for reference, the scores are in front of the team that has that score. So just to
only in high school football.
Hey, that's how you got to do it sometimes.
Absolutely. Okay. So a lot of the games are at halftime. Zach, give me a couple of surprises. Well, is that Matt?
I think that's Matt Murray.
Okay. Matt Murray is at a game that got delayed by about an hour. Mount Juliet and Gallatin
He
and
has just
then
hung
he
up.
went away.
He didn't want to talk to you, George. He didn't want to talk to you. But, what he was going to tell us is.
We got a question from Chris Yao. Do y'all want to talk to Coach Creasy?
We would love to talk with Coach Kevin Creasy.
All right.
I'll
work on that.
We would love to speak with Coach Kevin Creasy. Anytime we can get a coach in on this show, that's exactly what we want. So coaches out there that are not playing tonight, if you want in on this Friday Night Live action, we definitely want you to be a part of the show. But what I think Matt was going to tell us, George, was that Gallatin has taken a 7-6 lead over Mount Juliet. The Mount Juliet Golden Bears jumped out to a 6-0 lead, and then Gallatin responded with a 90-yard drive and then capped off by a Zakian Brinkley 28-yard touchdown run. So with 4 minutes left to go in the first quarter, the Green Wave lead Mount Juliet 7-6.
Interesting.
Very interesting, because this is a Mount Juliet team that I think should compete for the region title. Griffin Thornberry, their returning quarterback, is one of the best in the state. Ethan Crisp, a defensive back / linebacker.
Really good player.
Committed to Vanderbilt University. So this is a really good football team. And Gallatin, I think they're going to take some lumps this year. So if they're able to come out and get a win in week 1 over what I assume to be a really good Mount Juliet team, that's going to change my entire perspective on Green Wave football in 2022.
We've got WHIN 100.7 FM and 1010 AM, the Gallatin Green Wave football, of course.
Really good radio station.
Yeah, really, really good station. And we're going to try to go live to their radio feed right now, as we'll just kind of wait on it to come up here.
It's one of the beauties of either live radio or, in this case, live television. Over the last couple of years, invariably, if you try to go to a game live, it'll end up in a commercial. And it just means you're unlucky. If you hit it right, you get lucky. And that's why it's called live, either radio or TV. How about that?
That's right. We're trying to get the stream pulled up, but having a tough time locating that at the moment. I think Billy's having a tough time too. But regardless, a football game that goes back a long, long time, George. I mean, I'm sure you can remember when Mount Juliet and Gallatin was the great rivalry of the Mid-State. I mean, if you ask Gallatin fans, some of the biggest wins that they've had in program history is over the Golden Bears, a 2-0 win over Mount Juliet in the 80s that propelled them to a state championship run. So this is a rivalry that dates back a long, long time. So excited to kind of see how this one shakes out.
NBA has added a touchdown, and at halftime, they lead Ravenwood 26-13. Marcel Reed, headed to Ole Miss, has played very well for NBA. Chris Parson, the quarterback at Ravenwood, has committed to Mississippi State. Think about that, Billy. Down the road, we might see those two young men on a Thursday night in the Egg Bowl.
It's crazy. And by the way, that atmosphere at Ravenwood looks unbelievable tonight. NBA students and fans came out. They're wearing white. NBA's wearing all white. Ravenwood's wearing all black, and all their fans and students are in all black. So it looks like a phenomenal atmosphere. And week 1 is always great. With it kicking off, you always got these really good crowds. So looks like a great atmosphere out there.
I would love to get an update on JP2 at Hillsboro. The last thing that we have seen, it was JP2 7, Hillsboro nothing. I'm hopeful that we can jump into the WHIN radio call for JP2.
They have that game on 104.5.
Oh, is it on 104.5 tonight? That's on me.
So we could I'm sure it is on WHIN, but 104.5 is always very, very easy with their stream. So
sure,
we should be able to get that up here in a second.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't under I didn't realize that they were that's where they were tonight. I thought they were at Gallatin Mount Juliet. 104.5.
Let's see. Oh, which one are you talking about?
I am talking about Pope John Paul at Hillsboro.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you meant Gallatin. Gallatin, they do have that on 104.5 The Zone. So if we do want to go to that, we could potentially.
And then I believe you should have a way to access JP2 directly to their play-by-play if we want to get into that. But a lot going on right now, George, and we're rolling through. It's almost 8:30. It feels like time is just flying by right now.
Love a chance to save some money on insurance.
Okay, and that's exactly what you worry about
great rates on insurance,
when you try to go live.
So they are in a commercial break.
Absolutely. And invariably that happens. And it's just one of the things you have to deal with when you try to do what it is we're trying to do, which is give you as much coverage as is humanly possible. Sometimes this happens. It's why they in radio would call it live radio. Here it's live television.
And once again, 0 for 2, trying to get you the Pope John Paul stream, but they're obviously in commercial break as well. So the beauty of live TV, George, as you were saying.
I'll leave those up, but we'll get right back to those. No worries. No worries.
We should, if nothing else, we should have an update coming up soon from Andy Telly with White House and Station Camp. I know Station Camp fell behind 6-0 early, but then was able to bounce back and score 2 touchdowns for a 14-6 lead at the break. But excited to hear from that game. Excited to hear from Andy Telly to call in and give us updates. We've also got updates from Blackman and Brentwood later on this evening from Dave Ruthenberg. We're going to hopefully have Matthew Sawyer to give us a Laverne and Rockville update. Hopefully going to get in touch with John Decker to give us an update on Liberty Creek and Jackson Central Mary. And hopefully at the end of the show, we can hear from our good buddy Terry McCormick, who has Portland and Westmoreland, which was obviously pushed back in a delay, pushed back to an 8 o'clock kick. So they're really just now getting started in Westmoreland, much like they are at Gallatin.
It looks like we do have Coach Creasy, Kevin Creasy, on the line with us here on Friday Night Live after his game last night. Looks like Kevin's ready.
Take it, Zach.
How's it going?
Good, Coach Creasy. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm watching a good football game. Beautiful night, perfect weather.
Where are you at?
I'm in Lewisburg. I'm watching Marshall County. Their starting quarterback used to play for me, and I'm still a big fan of his. And then the opposite sidelines, Columbia Central. My high school coach I played for, Bobby Sharp, ripe age of 65, is coaching his first game at Columbia Central. So it's a pretty good game so far.
It sounds like you're in the perfect spot. I mean, a great chance to relax after a big opening night victory. Sounds like Friday night couldn't get much better for you, Coach.
Oh, yeah. We love playing on Thursday. And then, of course, Coach Sharp's come to watch me over the years, and so I'm coming out to support him. And then, of course, like I said, Silas Teet's one of the best junior quarterbacks around. So it's a win-win situation for me. Whoever wins, I'm fine with.
Kevin, this is George Plaster. Hope you're doing well.
George, so good to talk to you, buddy. I'm a big fan.
Oh, listen, thank you. You as well. I'm guessing when you get a chance, and it doesn't happen very often, but because of the scheduling, you get to see another game. What kind of things do you look for that maybe the average Joe wouldn't even think to look for?
Well, I can't lie. It's hard for me to enjoy a game, whether it's college, NFL, or a high school game. I'm constantly looking at the situation and looking at the defense, trying to see what I would do in that situation. And then, of course, I'm trying to analyze what I would do to stop an offense. It's like little gears in my head just always turning. So if I got a pencil and a piece of paper, I'm probably jotting something down. Nobody at my house will watch a football game with me because I'm always rewinding, pausing. But yeah, it's pretty tough for me to enjoy a game for just the game itself. But I'm trying to tonight.
Do you ever see something when you're watching another game where you say, wait a minute, I really like that play or I like that formation. Let's find out what they're doing.
Absolutely. I do that all the time. I've probably only invented one play in my life. Most plays I've always stolen. That's what coaches do. They can claim they've invented something. Most of the time, if they've invented something, it's something went completely awry at practice and it was an accident. And they were like, wow, that might actually work. But most of the time, we're all stealing ideas from each other, sharing ideas from each other. And trust me, I've seen a couple things tonight that we may put in the old playbook by next week.
Oh, I love it. So give us a little bit of a scouting report of what you saw out of your team last night.
It was a little nerve-wracking last night because, we have 4 new coaches. My D coordinator from last year took a head coaching job in his hometown, and then my D-line coach became the D coordinator for Gary Rankin down at Boyd Buchanan. My linebacker coach became the D coordinator at Macon County, and then one of my best friends, Jason Dobbs, he was my tight ends coach. He became assistant head coach down in Lincoln County. So, you lose guys that have been with you all the way back to my Trousdale County days. They've been with me for over a decade. And so it was a little nerve-wracking with new coaches, but we hired people we could trust and did a great job. They had our defense staff had a shutout last night. And then, of course, we got new players. Last year's team had a bunch of 2- and 3-year starters, and we loaded up the schedule, just to make sure they weren't, sleep on their laurels. And we had a heck of a season last year, but now it goes in 2-year cycles. So now we've got a heck of a schedule this year with a bunch of first-time guys on the field and a bunch of sophomores. We're playing some young guys. So for us to come out in a victory was all we were looking for. But to come out in a dominant fashion like we did, scoring twice on defense, third play of the game was a 92-yard touchdown pass, great in the kicking game. All those things were pleasing because these guys have been in our system since the Pee Wee days. When I moved to town, all these guys were 5th and 6th graders, and they've been in our system for 6-7 years since I've been here, and they've been running the same stuff. So we're hoping to get this thing like a well-oiled machine. It's not there yet, but we definitely are proud of what we did last night.
How hard is the whole? You all are now at a point where you're being hunted. You're the hunted. How different is that? How hard is that?
Yeah, there's a lot of people counting us out this year, so that kind of helps things a little bit. But at the same time, we had a scrimmage the other night and won 10-7, in varsity action, and the other team celebrated like they just won the Super Bowl. And I'm like, guys, they're telling their guys that they played the state champs within 3 points. Well, they haven't done that. We're not the state champs. State champs graduated. I watched them graduate. They all got their diplomas. Most of them are going on and playing college ball. So, in everybody's eyes that plays us, they're going to give us their best game because they think we're the back-to-back state champs, which we are. But that team is no longer part of Oakland football. And our guys have to write their own history. They got to determine their own destiny. And we're going to get a lot of people's best shots. And, we're kind of used to that by now.
Coach, first of all, thank you for taking the time to come on and be with us in the middle of trying to enjoy a game. We'll talk to you again down the road.
Absolutely. Enjoyed it. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Kevin. That was nice of him to take the time.
Very nice. But
awesome.
You know what it did to us? We just had about 6 people try to call in. So I'm let's go to
Friday Night Live.
How about we go to a quick break and then we'll rehash
regroup
and get about 6 different reports when we come back.
This is Main Street Media Television. When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links. Joe Jones Dentistry can handle all your dental needs, from the basics to cosmetic procedures. All of this in the nicest dental facility I have ever seen. Jody has done it right. They're located conveniently at 55 Music Square East, and for an appointment, it's simple. Dial 615-259-5100 and tell them Plaz sent you.
This is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bar Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
It was just a few cocktails at happy hour.
You really good try.
There aren't any cops around.
I didn't think there were any cops around.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Cover your name, sir. Where you are right now? Now.
Absolutely love what's going on this Friday night. This is the opening Friday night of the 2022 high school football season. Zach Womble, Billy Derrick alongside for the ride home, the ride to sleep. It's a long night, but we're having fun. Let's head out to Station Camp, where Andy Telly is reporting on White House and Station Camp. Andy, what do you got for us?
Well, right now, Station Camp is leading 14-6 with 4:53 left in the third quarter. White House is facing a 4th and 18, and the quarterback is just going to have to throw it away. So Station Camp stops another drive by the Blue Devils. But the game's it was pretty tight in the first quarter. Team seemed pretty even, and then White House scored on a beautiful 52-yard pass play from Michael Albin to Cade Hutcherson. But then Stacey Camp kind of just took over from there. They answered right away with a 10-yard touchdown run by Sanders Ellis. And then in the second quarter, just to start the second quarter, and then later Cade Abner added another 14-yard touchdown run for the Bison. So they kind of took over in that second quarter. And then, of course, at halftime, the lights on the field went out. So it extended halftime a bit. The student sections had their cell phones out with flashlights. We're kind of swaying back and forth to Journey when the lights go out in the city. So it was a nice little break there. But it's a beautiful night here at Stacey Camp.
That's hilarious.
It's a beautiful night here at Stacey Camp.
Andy, thank you for the update.
Okay.
Andy Telly reporting live from White House at Station Camp. It looks like Brady Mack is on the line with us. Brady, talk to us. Tell us what's going on.
A 14 McGavick lead here at Clarksville High. Every one of McGavick's points right now, courtesy of Michigan State commit Demetrius Bell. He's got 3 touchdowns here today.
Did I hear right? Give me that score one more time.
That is 18-14, McGavick leading Clarksville.
Okay, give me a time. How much time left?
We are in halftime, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Well, very good. Perfect timing for you to call in, Brady. We really appreciate that.
Exactly.
This game has been back and forth, since the start, since the opening game. It sounds like it's been everything that you could want for in a week 1 matchup. What's kind of been your storyline so far?
Yeah, so right now Clarksville has 3 turnovers, including a turnover on downs after a 98-yard drive. They had the ball at the 1-yard line, 4th down. bad snap over Devin Geringer, the quarterback's head, and that ended the drive after driving all the way down from their own 1-yard line. They've also lost the kickoff and lost the fumble. It's been tough for them. They've had some really good drives, but when you're losing the ball like that and you're going up against a guy like Bell, that's going to make things tough for you.
So 18-14 right now. McGavock over Clarksville at the intermission. You got a good crowd up there?
It's a very good crowd. Clarksville always brings a good crowd.
Well, let them know the band is coming through loud and clear. Brady Mack, thanks as always.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, they're having some fun. Long first half, or did they get delayed?
Kind of a long first half.
Yeah.
They did not get delayed. So there must be a lot of passing going on, a lot of incomplete balls to stop that clock, because you're right. Long first half.
Okay, it's 8:42. A lot of the games are now late into the third quarter, maybe drifting into the early fourth. Let's get, by way of Zach Womble, an award-winning scoreboard update.
And I want to make sure that I give correct credit here, but scoreboard update sponsored by Donnelly Timmons. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit more about Donnie?
Yeah. So honestly, we haven't said enough about that amazing company over there. They've done a lot for the George Plaster show so far, but also they're making next week's broadcast of Father Ryan possible.
Wow.
So they are making that possible. So Dustin Timmons, Joey Donnelly, we're going to get a lot of their story and how they started at their company probably throughout next week and then leading into Thursday and Friday. But just the houses they've built, their line of work, some of the names that they've built houses for, pretty impressive. So DonnellyTimmons.com is the website over there. And Zach, take it away.
Sure will. Thank you to them. We got a final in East Tennessee. Farragut has defeated the Beach Buccaneers 31-28. Gatlinburg Pittman with a 17-0 lead over Seymour in the second quarter. We've got Montgomery Bell Academy 26, Ravenwood 13. Lakewood Christian Academy 26, Grace Christian Academy 17. Franklin County 13, Coffee County Central 7. We've got Brighton 28, St. Benedict at Auburndale 20, Fayetteville 22, Watertown 12, Forest 21, Eagleville 16, Columbia Central trailing Marshall County 27-13 in the second quarter. Lebanon all over Antioch in the third quarter, 42-7. Warren County with a 14-12 lead in the second quarter over DeKalb County. Henry County extending their lead over Summit to 23-7. Stone Memorial with a 21-7 lead over Lenore City. And Briarcrest Christian just taking Booker T. Washington to the woodshed, George, 55-0.
Showing them who daddy is.
In the fourth quarter. Nolensville 21, Battleground Academy 14 at the half. We just heard from Brady Mack, 18-14 McGavock over Clarksville at halftime. Page in a barn burner, battle of 840 over Fairview, 6-0 in the third quarter. A final, Dobbins Bennett 31, Tennessee High School 0, White County 41, Livingston Academy 0. Adamsville and Trinity Christian Academy knotted at 14 at the half. West Ridge over Volunteer 28-6. Blackman over Brentwood 7-6 at half. That one's kind of interesting, low scoring. A little bit of that's kind of a baseball score there, George.
Yes, it is.
And then going to wrap up the scoreboard update with Clarksville Academy 31-0 over First Assembly Christian, and Creekwood at Dixon County knotted at 7.
Let me actually throw one more in. CPA leads Independence 35-17 with about 10.5 left in that third quarter. Third carry of the game for Cruz Law. It's also his third touchdown.
Wow.
That's the younger brother of Cade Law. He's going to Vandy to play baseball, but CPA looks like they're starting to run away with it a little bit over Independence.
Another multiple score touchdown game. Zakian Brinkley gets into the end zone again for the Green Wave on a 14-yard run. They are up 14-9 over the Golden Bears.
Also, there was a losing streak on the line. If Glencliff can win tonight, that would snap a 3-year skid.
Wow.
And I think that's, if I'm not mistaken, Tyler Palmatier just tweeted about that.
Yep.
That would be their first win in 3 years.
Well, no, wait a minute. Run that by again.
So
the whole score.
So Glencliff trails actually 6-0 right now. Trying to find who they play, who they're playing right now. I just saw that tweet. Cheatham County.
Yep.
So Cheatham County leads Glencliff 6-0. If Glencliff is able to win, that would be their first win in 3 years.
And this is a program that almost closed its doors
I remember.
during COVID. They had some pushback. They were able to finish out the season. So you just want to see those guys come out better for it. So hopefully they can snap that streak.
By the way, you know what else is about to start?
What's that?
The Cardinals at Arizona. Do you know why that's important?
To me, it's not, but hopefully you'll tell me why it is.
George has money on it.
No. Do you want to show him?
The bet of the day?
Oh, yeah. Well, we're doing Friday Night Live show.
So what?
Right now.
We can break it 5 hours. You can break in for 1 minute.
Well, George is about to get out of here, so he's getting antsy.
No, I'm not about to get out of here. I've had so much fun with you.
Oh, that I understand. Looks like Dallas has recovered a Mount Juliet fumble, and they're threatening again at the Mount Juliet 43. So the Green Wave with a golden opportunity to go up by a couple scores.
Okay, now take a look at that.
That's the only
right
reason
there.
George is interested in that one tonight.
And what's the other one?
The other one is the Titans,
Okay.
-3 tomorrow.
Well, put it up there.
Well, I just told you so.
So, Zach, if you want to make some money, your daddy has just given you a little gift to the people.
I'm not a big gambler, George, although I did find a bet that I'm considering pulling the trigger on. That's Vanderbilt plus 145 at over under 2.5 wins on the season. I was looking at their schedule, and honestly, that feels like
the bet of the century.
It feels like an easy $1,000.
It depends on it would appear to depend on the start, because they open at Hawaii in a game that they're about a touchdown favorite. They're home against Elon, which they had better win. And I would think off what happened a year ago against ETSU, there won't be the slip up. Then it's Wake Forest without their starting quarterback, and then on to Northern Illinois. Okay, I see Dave on the line. I don't know what game Dave is covering.
He is at Brentwood.
Brentwood Blackman.
Dave, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Tell us what you're seeing.
Well, we got a defensive struggle right now, surprisingly. Although it looks like Brentwood may have almost scored, and they did. It was 9-7 when I called. Brentwood was up 9-7 on the strength of 3 field goals by Isaac Hayes, including a 50-yard field goal to end the half, and then a 49-yard field goal to start the third quarter. So kind of a surprise with the defensive struggle here. Grant Nelson, the Michigan transfer, started at quarterback for Brentwood. And Ben Marshall, the all-everything tight end, scored Blackman's only touchdown.
So give us score and time one more time.
9-7. There's a little over 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
And it's yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say beautiful.
I thought Brentwood scored, but they hadn't scored yet, and they still haven't. So it's still 9-7. A little over 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Brentwood leads Blackman.
Okay, keep us updated. You've got a tight one there, and if conditions warrant, let us know about it.
You got it. You take it easy.
Dave Ruthenberg reporting from that ball game live from Brentwood, Tennessee.
Yep.
Surprised at all?
Huge surprise, because Blackman has one of the best offenses in all of Middle Tennessee with Chandler. It's either Tygart or Tigard. I'm not really sure how to pronounce his last name over at Blackman. But what he's done with Ben Marshall and the weapons that he has on the offensive side of the ball, including a huge offensive line, you would expect them to have more points. I mean, this is a team that can easily score in the 40s. And so for them to not even have a touchdown is very surprising. Or I guess maybe they do have a touchdown. I'm thinking maybe 2 field goals. Maybe it was a touchdown, missed extra point. But regardless, it kind of surprising.
What do you got over there, Billy?
Well, George, I'm trying to work on this TV in here. I'm not sure if I think we are able to get Page and Fairview in here. So I don't know if we've had a score lately on that one.
It's 6-0. So it's a barn burner.
6-0. Who's up?
Page. Page is up.
Page is up on Fairview. So pretty good game over there tonight. But George, I'm kind of out right now. A lot of them are at halftime. A lot of the slow developing first half games are at the half. The Glencliff story still intrigues me. But there is an update for NBA Ravenwood. NBA's up 32-13 with 9 minutes left in the third quarter. So
it's really impressive that they could go over to Ravenwood in what essentially was a blackout night and sort of take care of business.
Yeah, it's the type of program they are. I expected this. I expected NBA to go out there and beat Ravenwood tonight. Marcel Reed scored his first rushing touchdown of the season. Kind of the icing on the cake tonight for NBA over Ravenwood. So, but just because they go over there and beat Ravenwood, that doesn't say anything against Chris Parson. Also, George, East Nashville and Father Ryan. East Nashville leads 32-20. So Father Ryan is kind of squeaked back into that game a little bit. 3 minutes left in the third quarter. So East Nashville still up on Father Ryan, and we've got this game on in here, Paige, as Zach said, kind of a tight one here. They lead Fairview 6-0 in the third quarter there.
Yeah, they're about 4 minutes into the second half in that game. Check out the Oregon-looking uniform.
That's what I was just about to point out. Those are incredible. I believe it was
Fairview's always had some really cool uniforms.
I believe it was 2 years ago. Fairview played Lebanon in a color rush game. You don't see that in the high school ever, really, in the high school ranks at all. But Lebanon in their all blues, blue tops, blue pants. Fairview in their highlighters. It was a really cool scenery. I'll never forget the pictures from that football game. That looks to be a really nice football field.
Good uniform matchup as a whole. Paige has some good uniforms as well over
for
there.
Sure.
So, always fun to see the TV game.
Is that game at Fairview?
That's what it looks like. Yes.
Wow. Yep. Nice looking field.
That's literally that's highlighter yellow.
Oh my God. That is Oregon. That's Oregon in the Marcus Mariota era.
Fairview's got a good program. They've historically, of course, playing out there, Cheatham County. Zach, you're more familiar with all the regions than I am.
Yeah.
But tough region. I mean, it's pretty competitive year in and year out. I know they got Harpeth, I think, as well. So, they kind of, like I said, get underappreciated maybe in the grand scheme of things in the mid-state, but Fairview's a traditionally pretty solid program.
Yeah, they're kind of just they're down there in Williamson County. It almost feels like they get forgotten about with all the great football that's played in Williamson County. But you're right. I mean, they're a really gritty football team that knows how to win, have been in big games, and will continue to be in big games. I don't know who their head coach is, but obviously he has that team and that program going in the right direction. Obviously losing right now to Page, but again, anytime you get the Battle of 840 going, you just never know what's going to happen.
Oh,
That's exactly what you're getting tonight is the road team looks to control this one early.
The Battle of 840. I love those nicknames they've got. But update from Independence, they have cut CPA's lead down to 21-17. So 21-17 CPA leads Independence, but Independence quarterback Cody Pagach has exited the game with what appears to be a cut on his leg.
Ugh,
so Russell Venozzi reports that. So Independence down their quarterback, but they're still fighting back in that game. So good game, CPA and Independence.
We may have to go into this Mount Juliet Gallatin game because it looks like the Golden Bears have blocked a punt and scored 2 plays later for a 15-14 lead late in the first half.
Let's try that out. Let's try 104.5 out right now.
I believe they're late in the first half, so we may get them in
again.
I think Mount Juliet literally just scored, so they would have just gone to a break. So give them a couple minutes.
Gotcha.
But maybe we can get in there because it looks like there's some really good football being played at the Wave Yard.
So we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour, and we've been on with Friday Night Live.
I can't believe it.
I hope you approve of that.
Finally.
For 3 hours. We'll be with you tonight until 11 o'clock. These guys will take over in sort of post-game coverage where all the reporters will get back in. We'll probably end up talking to a coach or two before it's over. This is the fun of one of these kind of shows. First of all, you never know where it's going. You got to be able to think on the fly and move on the fly. And that's the fun of it. For years, I've done it in radio. I'll admit I've never done it in television. This is new, but it's a lot of fun.
It's a good time, George, and I knew it would be. It's the first week, so there's some hiccups to get through, but I think by the time we get to week 2, 3, 4, we'll be rolling. We'll be cooking with gas, as you like to say. And
yeah, this is not going to get us a Marconi.
No, you know what?
Honestly, though, this is what we're working for, and this is when I always love when I would go to. This is my first season actually doing the Friday night show, but when I would be in the car listening to games, this is when I would love to start turning that radio on, driving back home. sitting in that traffic. You're trying to get some scores. You're trying to see what's going on out there. So I think right now is prime time for fans to just stick with us and also call in.
Yeah.
We've got our call-in number available, and I will pop that number up, but the number is 615-588-2998. Again, for whenever you want to call in. If you've got a score, if you've got a injured player, whatever, if you've got news for us or a score, let us know, 615-588-2998, and we will be popping that score up occasionally throughout the night as well.
Oh, I'll give you a score.
Let's hear it.
Braves 6-2 over the Astros, going to the 8th inning in Hotlanta, GA.
They are hotter than a firecracker.
Well, this is an impressive win tonight because they have come off an emotional 4-game series with the Mets where they were incredibly fortunate to get 3 out of 4, beat Jacob deGrom last night. And for them to get off the mat, in my mind, the most emotional game of the season, I got to admit, I'm pretty impressed.
Yeah, I mean, DeGrom's one of the best pitchers in the league. And for Max Fried to go head-to-head with him last night and beat him, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. By the way, George, I know you got to get going, but Joe Fisher. So on your way home, throw the stream on. We're going to throw it to Joe Fisher on WNSR, 560 WNSR. Him and Greg Pogue are broadcasting. I forgot what game they're broadcasting. I'm not sure if you remember, George.
Is it Ensworth and somebody?
Ensworth is in Memphis, so I would doubt that they are there because they're at Evangelical Christian School. Is that right?
Yes.
ECS?
ECS, yeah. We've got an update. Andy Telly, he's been good all night texting me. Station Camp up big on White House now, 20-6, late in that fourth quarter. So looks like Station Camp is going to pull away over White House.
About what I expected from that game. I mean, White House was just replacing so much from last year. Station Camp returning pretty much everyone from last year's 8-3 team. So that's not surprising me in the least bit.
No doubt about it.
Sorry, trying to get Mount Juliet scores as I talk to you.
We can go to 104.5 after the break because it is top of the hour. But, George, I think you've got a Braves game to go watch.
Probably do. So, first of all, on my end, I have thoroughly enjoyed kind of a marathon day. We start with my show at 4 o'clock. We'll do this every Friday, 6 to 11 o'clock for Friday Night Live.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get you the scores. You see those at the bottom of the screen. Great work on that. And we'll go to the break and tell you that we have more coming up with Zach Womble, Billy Derrick. Go Titans tomorrow night. Go Braves tonight. Go St. Louis Cardinals as well. This is Main Street Media Television.
Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
Do you love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride. Visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah. There will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
This is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bar Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor-trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
Hi, this is Melissa Hoisington, Regional Crisis Director from Volunteer Behavioral Health. Disasters can affect everything in your life, including your emotional health. Help is available during these uncertain times. The Tennessee Recovery Project is a free, supportive resource for adults and children who have experienced the effects of natural or human-caused disasters. Specialists are available for counseling by phone or in person. For free, confidential service, please call 833-954-2424. The hotline is open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Move forward with the help from the Tennessee Recovery Project.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
Welcome back to Friday Night Live. George Plaster has exited stage left for the night. Appreciate him jumping in with us after taking a little bit of break from doing the George Plaster Show that you can check out every day from 4 to 6 p.m. on Main Street Media TV. If you haven't checked it out yet, let me be the first one to tell you, you are missing out on some great, great content because George and Billy, what they put together on the daily is truly remarkable and will soon be award-winning. Billy, I know we've got Tyler Palmatier on the line, who was at our Game of the Week, NBA Ravenwood. So let's welcome Tyler in. Tyler, what can you tell us?
NBA's they've opened it up here. With a 26-13 halftime lead, they got the ball out to start the second half and got a really important score. So they've opened this thing up and now have pinned Ravenwood inside their 5. So things are trending the right way for NBA. And that's just a really good-looking football team early. I mean, they look good. They're just well put together. Their defensive line is really good, and NBA's throwing it around a little bit. They can throw it and run it. I think they look pretty good. That's not expert analysis there, I know, but it's for week 1, man. Not a whole lot to clean up.
Sure.
At least from what I can tell.
Tyler, did I see that you picked Ravenwood in this one?
Me?
Or
I
was
don't think so.
Or was that somebody else? I might have seen.
Oh.
We need proof of this.
If I did, it was a clerical error on my part when I entered my picks.
I
didn't know it was going to be a 3-score game, but I thought maybe Ravenwood could keep it to 2 scores, but it's not happening.
No, you do have NBA winning 28-21.
Okay.
Tyler, I will say
who picked Ravenwood?
It was definitely Emily Spears, just because that's what she does. Casey Patrick also picked Ravenwood, and Chris Yao picked Ravenwood. But Tyler was one of the only people to pick the Cane Ridge Pro Cone game right. So
good pick, Tyler.
Tyler's off to a fast start this week.
Yeah, I did. I had a gut. That could have easily gone the other way last night, but I sometimes just get a gut feeling on that. I don't know. I'm certainly no Mostradamus or anything like that. But tell you the other close one that was surprising me tonight was McGavick keeping it close at Clarksville. I almost picked McGavick. I don't know where that one's at now, but I think McGavick will have a good year. For them. I mean, I don't exactly know what they're going to do, but I like the pieces they have back. I think they got a good coaching staff. But this one is kind of playing out, I think, like a lot of people thought. NBA is just controlling things up front on both sides. So we'll see if something crazy can happen, but certainly looks like it's tilting the big red way.
Tyler, I've got one more question for you. The last time we spoke to you, you said Ravenwood needs to take this ball and go down and score to make this a game. They did that, but then it's kind of been all NBA since. What do you remember? What happened that flipped all the momentum in favor of NBA? Did they create a turnover to get an extra possession? I mean, what kind of happened after Ravenwood cut into their lead initially?
Well, NBA just marched down the field. I think it was while we were on the phone, and they made it a 2-score game again. And that's just really what they do. They're able to just kind of pound it down the field and take up some clock. So I think as we were speaking there, NBA went down and just answered that score. Ravenwood couldn't get anything in before the half. And, when you're the team, it's almost when you're the team that gets the ball in the second, you've already got a lead. That first third quarter possession becomes super important. And NBA just went down pretty methodically and scored. So no big, this game has kind of lacked that big momentum flipping play or anything like that. We haven't seen the game turn on its head at any one point. It's just kind of been mostly NBA and a little slow at times. It was a 40-minute first quarter. It's pretty long. So it's been a fun game, but no, nothing too crazy. No big momentum flipping stretches or anything like that.
Tyler, that atmosphere from those videos looks unbelievable. Obviously, two really strong programs and great fan bases as well. But what can you tell us about the crowd and just the energy out there tonight?
Oh, yeah, full house. I mean, I'm looking in both stands right now. It's like shoulder. I mean, I don't want to say shoulder to shoulder, but I mean, it looks like every seat's still filled. I mean, it's a great crowd. You can't ask for more. Great revenue night for Ravenwood.
It's always good when you get nice checks. Tyler, I know you got a lot to get to tonight, man. We really appreciate you checking in with us all night long. Enjoy the rest of the game, and we will catch up another time.
What just happened?
Right, appreciate you guys.
Oh, I just heard a big. I just heard a loud roar. I don't know if anything.
I think the student section is getting a cheer together.
Gotcha.
We're actually going to stop in the action. It's that in-game marketing. They got to keep everybody engaged somehow.
Thanks, Tyler.
All right, see you guys.
He does such wonderful work.
He's awesome.
Man.
He's awesome.
He has been a true gift to our company. His written word is among the best, not just high school coverage, but in the entire country. I mean, Tyler Palmatier is a true professional at what he does, and we really appreciate him jumping on. I know we talked prior to bringing Tyler in that we would like to try to get in one of those play-by-plays with Gallatin Mount Juliet. Do you think we have that for a fourth time maybe is the charm?
Bring top quality merch and awards.
No, it is not. We just cannot catch a break.
Let's try JP2.
Hillsboro punching the football away, waving the hands in the air for a fair catch.
They're play-by-play.
What a punt, especially considering he had 3 burrows in his face. I'm surprised he got it off. That was a really good one.
Yeah, that it was. One thing I'm going to say,
19 seconds to go in the game.
I got to tip my cap to Andrew
14,
Thornton.
John Paul II, 20.
His first punt, shanked. Haven't seen one since.
No, he's been hitting it downfield. He's been hitting it right in the sweet spot, and I'm sure he's happy with that punt. I was.
First drive in the fourth quarter for Pope John Paul Preparatory School. Neither team scored in the third quarter, so no Trevecca touchdowns on the board. Scored halftime 20-14. If you're just tuning in, that's the score now.
A defensive battle. I'm liking this.
Pope Prep moving left to right. Play pause on the field. Another penalty flag.
You like to see that sportsmanship. Josh Maylander was pushed down on the play that was called dead. He got up and the guys shook hands. Good to see.
Penalty called against the Knights. So again, Pope Prep shooting themselves in the foot. Actually, no, they're going to call that one against Hillsboro.
Too many men on the field for Hillsboro.
So illegal substitution.
Moving them up just a little bit.
Once again, early game jitters on the coaching staff, maybe on substitutions.
So an illegal substitution called against Hillsboro. And one thing I will say, the referees are taking their time to make these calls to make sure they're making the right call. So fans, if you hear a little delay, I'm just waiting on the referee to get the right call. Minchie going down the left side of the field as a receiver pass. Incomplete, throwing it into double coverage.
By Hillsboro.
Intended receiver Colin Cook.
Second down, jump on second.
There has not been a deep pass yet that has not been exciting. The defensive backs and the receivers are battling for these balls.
Yep, that they are. Second down and 5. The Knights were given a free 5 due to an illegal substitution from the Burros.
See if they can capitalize on that.
We're almost 2 minutes into the fourth quarter. Give goes running back Rob off left guard. Decent gain, but again, it brings up third and manageable. 3rd and 1, a 4-yard run on second down by Elijah Rob.
A shifty running by Rob. He should have been tackled around the line of scrimmage. Managed to get about 4 of those.
Jimmy, is it safe to say this quarter should potentially belong to Elijah Rob every time the Knights are on the field?
Every time.
Let's see what happens. Minchie to pass, surveying the field, under siege, has to eat the football, and I believe he may have enough for Mr. Goodroof first down, awaiting the confirmation from the referee, and I stand corrected. A Mr. Goodroof first down for the Knights. Kenny Minchie under siege, scrambled left, got what he could, gave his team another opportunity, first down.
I thought he was going to run the ball there, but the coach was going to hand it to Rob. I think the Burros thought that as well. They sent plenty of people up the middle and allowed Minchie to run to the outside and get a few yards. Good first down.
9:05 and counting left to go here in the third and final quarter. Joey Gritson, the tight end. Minchie pass deflected at the line of scrimmage. And the Burrow fans do not like that.
Minchie almost dropped the ball, almost had a fumble.
Referee
Without
comes in
being
and says
touched.
that's an
No
incomplete
contact
pass.
fumble.
Second
He
down,
managed to
John
catch it
Paul.
while it was in the air. Got a pass off. It was blocked because the Burros are putting pressure on him.
Yeah, they have done a good job of putting pressure on Kenny Minchie tonight. And Coach Brian Steen said, hey, this offensive line, they're going to have some growing pains. We've seen that here tonight. Kenny Minchie he's only been sacked once so far in this game.
I'll say this: they haven't had any missed blocks. They any missed assignments.
And this is a big defensive line, fans, for Hillsborough. Minchie back to throw, going down the left side of the field, has a receiver, and Colin Cook incomplete. The feet got tangled up.
An incomplete pass.
Javis Walker on the coverage.
And no longer
Walker
on the
and
field.
Cook feet tangled up. I mean, that's about all I can say right there.
I believe Cook was in position to catch that if he didn't stumble. That was not a bad pass by Minchie.
Nope, not at all. 3rd down and 10. The Knights have held on to the football for 3 minutes and 16 seconds here in the fourth quarter. As you can hear, chance of defense by the Hillsborough faithful. Knights up by 6, looking to go up by more. Pass complete to the far left boundary of the field, and that is enough for Mr. Goodroof first down for the Knights.
That was Colin Cook. When in doubt, go to your seniors. Go to the people that you trust. And he trusts Colin
And
Cook.
that's a first down for John Paul II.
Yeah,
Going up the
again,
pass.
you're starting to see Minchie get into a rhythm, get some motion. These receivers are starting to get to the spots on the field. Minchie, the Pittsburgh commit, 19th ranked quarterback in the state of Tennessee, getting the ball to his receivers.
I'm surprised that they're not running the ball more, but the coaches know their team better than we do. They believe that their team can pass the ball.
Welcome back into Friday Night Live. Joining us from the field, on the field, is Brian Stewart. Brian, it's to my understanding you were on the East Bank at Station Camp High School as the Bison play host to White House. Is that correct? Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
It is to my understanding, Brian, you were at the East Bank at Station Camp High School versus White House. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's been a great game out here. Watching Station Camp, they're leading White House with about 1 minute and 15 to go. 27-6 right now over the Blue Devils.
It was to my understanding that White House jumped out to a 6-0 lead, and it's been all Station Camp since then. I'm curious, Chris, what has stood out for them to you that has allowed them to score 4 unanswered touchdowns?
Well, as you just said, White House did come out running the ball, and they were literally moving the ball really well on the ground without the passing game. And Station Camp made some adjustments on defense, went to like a 4-6 or a bear defense, it looked like, and they just shut that run down and made the Blue Devils put the ball in the air. And they had an interception. Number 4 for Station Camp had an interception early. And I think that interception kind of turned the momentum in the game. And Station Camp had a good long pass through the air, and then also had a couple TD runs from their running back. So Station Camp's put the ball back on the ground, and they ran this clock down, and their defense has really stepped up and shut down the Blue Devils here in the second half.
Brian, when I got an email from Chris, our coworker, saying that you were going to be at this game tonight, one of the first questions I had was, are you a big Station Camp supporter? What made you go to the East Bank tonight to check out that football game?
Well, I am a huge high school football fan, period, and just a football fan in general. So I knew Station Camp and White House was going to be a good game. White House had a great year last year. Station Camp had a great year. So I was looking for a pretty good game tonight. I plan on being at the Hendersonville Commandos game next week. I know Liberty Creek played tonight, and they had a great game against a team from, I believe, Jackson County. And so Liberty's a new team, and, I'm excited about those guys. They got a beautiful facility out here off of Station Camp as well. So I'm looking forward to a great year of high school football here in Sumner County. It's always a good time for football here.
Absolutely. Sumner County has a lot of good football to be played. You mentioned Liberty Creek, that state-of-the-art facility that they have over there just north of Gallatin, $105 million campus that they built. It's truly incredible. You mentioned going to Hendersonville next week. They obviously had a tough game at Oakland to open up the season, but you're right. There's a lot of good storylines around Sumner County High School football, Brian, and I hope that means that we can lean on you maybe this entire season to kind of give us some updates. Does that sound all right?
Sumner County reporter.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, I'll be going around to all the different schools. I plan on checking out everybody's Beach Buccaneers and the Station Camp Bison some more. Gallatin. We've got some. I mean, it just really is. There's some fantastic teams in this county, and Portland. The pride up here in Portland. I mean,
yeah.
I'll be around Sumner County and check out all these teams, and be glad to give you guys a report. And just as for anybody, I hope they all tune in, because what you guys are doing for Friday night football and these kids and these fans, it's a great thing. There's nothing like high school football on Friday night.
You're exactly right, Chris. Brian. There is nothing like high school football on Friday night. I think the pageantry is unmatched, and we really appreciate people like you going out and supporting all of these student athletes. And Brian, we look forward to many more conversations as this season moves along, but we really appreciate the update tonight from the East Bank.
Outstanding, man. You guys have a great night. It just went final. Station Camp 27, White House 6. They're celebrating on the field.
You heard it here first. Station Camp with a win to open up the season 1-0. Brian, thanks so much, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Have a great night.
You too. That was Brian Stewart joining us from the East Bank, Station Camp at White House, where it just goes final. Bison jumping out to a 1-0 record to start the season.
Yeah, Station Camp, kind of a team I'm looking at as, they feel like they lost a decent chunk from last season.
Yeah.
But coming out and beating a team like White House is pretty impressive. And so congratulations to Station Camp. And like Brian said, Sumner County has tremendous football. Sumner County, Cheatham County, a lot of those counties where, people like me, a lot of times, I'm a Division II AAA guy, kind of, you forget about them. But Sumner County, phenomenal football out there. So congrats to Station Camp on the win tonight.
Yeah, and next week got to go on the road to Hillsboro. Hillsboro's in a tight game with Pope John Paul. I know they're much improved this year, and I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on their head coach's name. Was their former defensive coordinator.
Talking about Pope?
Talking about Hillsboro.
Maurice Fitzgerald?
No, he retired. It was DC.
That's the last one I heard of.
Yeah, now I'm kicking myself for even bringing it up. But anyways, Hillsboro much improved this year. So Station Camp going to have a tough second-round game on the road at Hillsboro in the region too, nonetheless. So
wow,
a tough region game to start the season out. But a big win for them, nonetheless, over White House 27-6. The first time in that 3-year series that the home team has won. So broke a little bit of a
How about
little
that?
bit of a curse, I guess. I don't know if you say that. But
That's crazy. I mean, we're talking about streaks. Glencliffe's is pretty crazy. We got to keep track of that one.
do you have an update on that?
I can check.
Not to
but
put you on the spot there.
they were down 6-0 last I checked to Cheatham County. So I can check on that. But man, that I could never imagine that. I mean, 3 years. I know they didn't have a program for a while there, but that would be a really, really cool story if they ended up winning. Also, an update from East and Father Ryan. East 32, Father Ryan 20 late in the fourth quarter. East has the ball at their own 30, first down. So Father Ryan made a good fight. They came back there late in that game, but East Nashville really jumped on them, and I think surprised a lot of people with that. You know, there weren't a whole lot of people expecting East to welcome Father Ryan to town and beat them, but you know it's starting to look like that late in the fourth quarter. So really, really impressive showing from East Nashville. Father Ryan's going to have to wake up a little bit and bounce back next week because they got a really good Brentwood team coming in, and they're battling with Blackman right now. Do we have a latest Blackman Brentwood score?
To my knowledge, Brentwood just scored, so they should be up 14-6 pending the extra point. So
gotcha.
Should be up by one score. I've also got an update on Westmoreland and Portland with 3:14 left to go in the game. Westmoreland leads Portland 14-7. So I've been trying to tell people for 2 weeks now, look out for Westmoreland. Look out for Westmoreland. They're gonna surprise you. I know they're gonna shock some teams. They went 3-8 last year, but they returned 25 seniors and 17 starters on both sides of the football. They're going to be good. They're going to be good. Nobody wants to listen to me. And what a better way to start out the season than a win over a good Portland team.
Yeah, we'll have a report from Terry McCormick coming up a little bit later. But Westmoreland, a team that, you know, we shouldn't be surprised by this. I mean, there's some expectations on them this year. So really looking forward to what they can do this year. But also Sports Radio, WNSR, 560 AM, 95.9 FM. Zach, you want to check in over there?
Yeah.
What game did you told me the game they have?
Oh, man.
560.
Yeah.
Greg Pogue and Joe Fisher.
Goodness gracious. And now I'm, again, dropping the ball on where they're at, and should have known that. But we'll continue to filibuster here. Oh, they're at Greenbrier Springfield.
Okay, Greenbrier Springfield. So they're probably late in that one. Let's see if we've got a little update there. So we will check in there.
Springfield just controlled both lines of scrimmage up front, and I think that's where I think this game was won in the trenches.
Well, these are neighborhood rivals, but shaking hands. A lot of these guys have grown up playing against each other their entire lives.
They're kin.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Springfield wins it over Greenbrier 35-0, ninth straight victory in the series for the Yellow Jackets, who open 1-0 on the season. Greenbrier, the Bobcats, held scoreless again in the series. They open up 0-1. Stay with us. Post-game show is coming up right after this.
When was the last time you did something fun with family, friends, coworkers, and clients? What about
Wow, 9 straight for Springfield in that series over Greenbrier. I knew they had dominated as of late, but I didn't realize they're approaching 10 wins next season.
That's crazy. That is a crazy stat, and you don't hear that very often in high school football. So obviously, congrats to Springfield out there and going on the road and beating a Greenbrier team that I don't know that we expected a whole lot from them this year, but that's a really nice win to start the season for Springfield dominating.
I mean, Greenbrier does have Derek Taylor, future SEC defensive end, on their team, so he can obviously wreak havoc on any offensive line. But as you heard from the broadcast, it feels like Springfield really dominated that game in the trenches, so maybe they were able to combat that defensive line presence from Derek Taylor. Shout out to Dustin Wilson. We've got someone on the line, though.
Yeah, we've got somebody on the line, and
maybe it's Casey.
It is.
Casey, what's going on?
There he is.
Hey, we just had a walk-off touchdown. Creekwood's Jaden Elliott just ran it in for a touchdown. This game is over.
Wow.
Walk me through it. Where were they? How far was the touchdown run?
It was overtime period. They had just I'm sorry I'm hollering. It's really loud out here. It was overtime period. Creekwood had just intercepted the ball when Dixon had it for the first overtime run, and all Creekwood had to do was score, and that's what they did on the first play. Handed off to Jaden Elliott, and the young man found a seam, and he's gone. This game is over.
What an exciting way to open up the season, Casey. We're going to let you get down to it and cover your football game, but thank you so much for the update here on Friday Night Live.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Yep. That was wow. What a way to end it for Casey Patrick. Dude, Casey's the best, first off, because he just brings energy, he brings
that
passion
energy
in all that he does.
He didn't have to apologize for yelling.
No, he's Dixon County to the core. I mean, he gets a little bit excited about Creekwood because he's the bowling coach over there at Creekwood High School. So he's got a little Red Hawk blood in him. So maybe that was a little bit too much. Maybe that was just excitement from the soul from Casey.
That was a lot of Creekwood blood coming out.
Yes,
right
it
there.
was. It was. Like I said,
man.
Dixon to the core is Casey Patrick.
What was the final there?
I believe 14-7 because
Creekwood beats Dixon County 14-7 walk-off touchdown
in overtime. That is awesome. Well, I guess they don't kick the extra point because it's 13-7.
Okay, they said no extra point.
Yeah, no point for the extra. No point for the extra point, I guess. But yeah, wow, what an ending to that game. I mean, you take a 7-7 game for 4 quarters.
We didn't get a call from him because he didn't need to call. There was nothing going on in that game. So
that's exactly right. But you know what? He provided an update at the perfect time. And so we're going to try to see if we can't get more guys coming in.
We need more moments like that.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, we just need to tell the reporters whenever there's a play that gets your emotions high like that, like a Casey Patrick moment, just call us right away.
Just call
us
right away.
And we'll take it for 20, 30 seconds and just get our juices flowing again because I needed that.
Yeah, exactly.
I really needed
that was your Red Bull shot right there. That was your Red Bull just straight to the veins, man.
I needed it.
Straight to the veins. We're going to try to see if we can get some other reporters to call in from final scores. You know, the Friday Night Rivals, My TV 30 game of the week. Paige is in complete control and going to win this one. It's 19-0 with $1:45 in the fourth quarter left. So Paige is going to get the battle of 840, the victory, and take it back home. However far they are separated, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, we've got a final two. Station Camp ends up beating White House 27-6. So
27-6 Station Camp.
That goes final.
We've got Kenwood defeating Hillwood. The Battle of the Wood.
Is that what they call it, the Battle of the Wood?
Well, Brentwood Ravenwood actually call their series the Battle of the Woods.
Yeah.
The Wood. Is it the Woods or the Wood?
I think it's the Woods. Battle of the Woods, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think they can use that, but Kenwood defeats Hillwood 44-7. There's just a lot of scores.
Yeah, a lot of scores coming in. NBA 46-13.
Wow.
On Ravenwood now. 4:40 to play in that one.
Wow.
So,
do you want to hit the folks? Do you want to do a scoreboard update? Donald Tindley scoreboard update?
Yeah, Donnelly Timmons. We can get a Donnelly Timmons scoreboard update in here and go ahead and get that music going. Of course, Donnelly Timmons, Custom Builders. They are making our live broadcast possible at Father Ryan next week. We will be there from 4 to 11. So definitely going to need your Red Bull there, Zach. But, of course, they've just built some amazing looking houses. DonnellyTimmons.com is the website. The story is great. Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly grew up together, went to high school together, and we'll get into more of their story next week. But phenomenal people, great company. DonnellyTimmons.com is the website. We begin, Zach, Columbia Academy and Ezell Harding, no score there. Columbia at Marshall County, no score there. So those are scores kind of for right off the bat. If you got them, fire them at us. Community 22, Lewis County 14. Creekwood, it's not 7-7 anymore. Creekwood beats Dixon County 14-7. Eagles Landing and Brentwood Academy, that was 21-21 last time we checked. So we'll have to get an update on that one. Ensworth all over ECS 44-0. East Nashville 32, Father Ryan 13. That one goes final. Fayetteville 10, Watertown 8. Franklin County over Coffee County 17-13. Siegel 13, Green Hill 6. Henry County at Summit, Hunters Lane, and Maplewood as well. CPA, it's not 14-10 anymore over there. CPA, last time we checked, it was 28-13, I think.
Yeah.
So, again, we're going to try to stay as up-to-date as possible. Rockvale all over Laverne tonight, 27-0 last time we checked. Lawrence County over Summertown, 43-0. We've also got, you had that Lebanon and Antioch score, didn't you?
Yeah. We just got a final from CPA Independence. CPA 42, Independence 24.
Okay, CPA
42, Independence 24.
Independence 24. There that is. Mount Juliet 15, Gallatin 14. So
Yeah,
I'm not
no
sure how
updates.
current that is, but
They got to be at halftime.
looks like it.
At
Yeah,
the moment. They've got to
They've
be
at half, but that's a close one. Mount Juliet and Gallatin. Nolensville up on BGA 28-14 late in that one. Page 19 at Fairview and Eagleville. JP2 34, Hillsboro 14. So that's an update there. Big update in that one. Riverdale at Franklin 7-3. That's the latest we have on that one. So Riverdale and Franklin there. St. George's at Good Pasture. Good Pasture. Latest score we've got for that 21-13 late in that game. Smyrna all over Stewart's Creek 35-7. Warren County 14, DeKalb County 12. Station Camp 26, White House 6. Whites Creek is at Stratford tonight. And that just about does it for the ones we've got so far. Zach, if you've got some other ones, of course, feel free to always chime in.
Yep. Got a final from Riverdale and Franklin where the Warriors jump out to a 1-0 record with a 14-10 win over Franklin High School. That's Riverdale 14, Franklin 10. Looks like Brentwood Academy and Eagles Nest, Georgia, are tied at 35.
Eagles Landing, yeah.
Eagles Landing.
Tied at 35 in the
Tied
fourth quarter in that one.
Yep.
So,
Looks like Laverne just scored a touchdown. They still trail Rockville 30-12 with 4:15 left to go in the fourth quarter. Friendship Christian is just absolutely doing whatever they want to Trousdale County, up 34-12 at the moment. Green Hill lost. They actually lost their game to Siegel tonight, 13-6. So a tough loss for them. Clarksville, I don't know if you said this, up 21-18.
I didn't say it. 21-18.
Started the fourth quarter. That's correct. And that is what I've got so far.
Also, I've got an update. Cheatham County and Glencliff.
What we got?
This is 20 minutes ago. Cheatham County still up 6-0 on
right.
Glencliff in the fourth quarter in that one. So that's an update. Cheatham County and Glencliff.
We're going to try to get you, like Billy said, as many up-to-date scores as we can. We're scouring the web at the moment, trying to find you the latest. And yeah, so if anyone's got a Glencliff Cheatham County score update that they can throw our way, it would be greatly appreciated, because we are just having a tough time at the moment finding that football score. But nevertheless, been a lot of fun here on Friday Night Live just after 9:30. We've been going since 6 o'clock. We've got another hour and a half left with you. So whether we jump in with play-by-play games, whether we hear from our live reporters or hear from some coaches, maybe we'll get into some top 25 talk, some state championship predictions. We've got a lot to get into. But, Billy, why don't we go ahead and take a break?
Let's
I believe
do
it's the first one of the hour, honestly. I don't know if we've taken one in the 9 o'clock hour. I'm sure people are tired of looking at this ugly mug. So let's do that. But when we come back from the break, we're going to jump into some play-by-play action. We're going to hear from reporters and all that. So stick with us on Friday Night Live, powered by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
It was just a few cocktails at happy hour.
You really good try.
There aren't any cops around.
I didn't think there were any cops around.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I want you to hang on, okay? Pardon your name, sir. Do you know where you are right now? Get out now.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
You love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride, visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah, there will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
I'm Bart Durham.
I was sworn in as a lawyer in 1963, and I've been working as a lawyer since then.
We're a firm that does exclusively personal injury, a lot of tractor-trailer crashes. Insurance companies will open up their checkbooks when you force them to.
We have systems that work.
We get the most money for our clients in the shortest amount of time.
I'm Blair Durham. My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
Live Week 1 edition here. I am your host, Zach Womble. Joining me, as always, is the soon-to-be award-winning producer, Billy Derrick. Coming back from our break, we got a little bit of sour breaking news out of Clarksville. We've got in Brady McAtamney to tell us the ladies. Brady, what is going on with this West Creek and Northeast football game?
Yeah, so it appeared that there was a shooting outside the stadium at West Creek between the West Creek and Northeast game. Police were on the scene. There were ambulances there, police on the scene. Again, it was outside the stadium. Nobody was being allowed in or out of the stadium. They're suspending the contest and trying to get Northeast on their team bus safely.
Do you know if there have been any injuries reported? Or I know you're obviously at another football game. You're at Clarksville, so it's kind of tough for you at the moment because you're trying to do two things here. But have you heard if there's been any injuries reported?
As of now, it's unconfirmed what the damage is. We do have our reporter there, Jimmy Troglin. He is he does have his son there though. He's trying to find him. I told him to just focus on finding your son, and then we'll get updates on the situation as that progresses.
Sure, a scary situation going on in Clarksville right now, Brady. I know I'm putting you on the spot here a little bit, and there's probably no way to know this, but does this affect either one of these teams' football seasons this year? Do you think the TSSAA is going to step in? I mean, do you know anything to that nature?
It's very hard to say. You know, we'd have to find out what the situation was. You know, if it was a scuffle between the two schools outside the stadium, it's really hard to say right now. But it's possible that maybe one of these teams doesn't play next week.
Brady, we really appreciate you bringing us the latest here on Friday Night Live. Just a really sad situation going on at West Creek High School where there has been a reported shooting in a suspended contest between the Coyotes and Northeast. Brady, thank you so much for jumping on such short notice. Try to enjoy the rest of your high school football game between Clarksville and McGavock.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yep. That was Brady McAtamney bringing us the latest. What a crazy situation, Billy.
That's wild. To hear that in week one is pretty surprising. Of course, prayers up to anybody who might have gotten injured out there. Hopefully everything, has been sorted out for the most part.
But yeah, after that, after kind of the condolences, of course, and making sure everybody's safe, of course, first, but then you start thinking about the implications of both of these teams' season with both West Creek and Clarksville Northeast up there in their respective region. Always have talented squads, so we'll have to see. I mean, thinking ahead, you would think that this would hurt them. I mean, potentially. I don't know if they've got openings to reschedule this, maybe during a bye week or whatever, but situations like these are never easy to work around, especially when it's in the middle of a season.
Yeah, I mean, just a really unfortunate circumstance that's going on over there, and it kind of goes back to the point that, man, these parents need to chill out, man. Not to get on a soapbox here, but about 7 years ago, there was a Little League commissioner that told me that sports would be so much better if parents weren't allowed to come. And situations like this just reinforce that topic, that belief. You're assuming these are grown people, grown folks making stupid decisions by bringing a gun to a high school football field. If it's a kid, shame on the parents for not being more responsible. But, you just never want to see something like this. And, for this to go down and this to happen and take away the limelight that should be on the kids is really selfish by the adults that will soon be in custody, I'm sure.
Yeah, no doubt. And, again, prayers up to anybody who was injured out there. But, this is a night that is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be special. It's supposed to be memorable for players and coaches, fans, of course, too, and families of everyone involved. And when something like this happens, it's tough to hear. So hopefully everybody stays safe out there. If you are in that area, heads up, if you didn't already know. So
absolutely. Billy, I would like to get to our third break before this final hour is up. So let's go ahead and do that. But when we come back from the break, I want to try to hear from John Decker, who was at Liberty Creek High School's very first varsity football game against Jackson Central Mary, who hadn't played a high school varsity season since 2015. So they were kind of in the same boat there, Billy. And also, hopefully, we can hear from Terry McCormick, our Titan insider, as well as our Westmoreland insider from their Portland game. So we got a lot to get into after the break as we get ready to go into the 10 o'clock hour. You're listening to Friday Night Live, powered by the Tennessee High School Safety Office.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
Jody Jones Dentistry can handle all your dental needs, from the basics to cosmetic procedures. All of this in the nicest dental facility I have ever seen. Jody has done it right. They're located conveniently at 55 Music Square East, and for an appointment, it's simple. Dial 615-259-5100 and tell them Plaz sent you.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal.
It was no big deal. Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615 847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links.
Rolling right along here in the Mid-State, 9:47 p.m. as we inch closer to that 10 o'clock hour, leaving us with an hour left of this Friday Night Live Week 1 edition from 6 to 11 every single Friday night with myself, Billy Derrick, and, of course, the Hall of Famer George Plaster, who exited stage left at the 9 o'clock hour. But before we do anything, we've got our good buddy John Decker on the line, who was at was at Hendersonville High School tonight to see Liberty Creek's first ever varsity football game against Jackson Central Mary. John, how are you doing today?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Doing good, brother. Really appreciate you calling in. A really great opportunity for you tonight, John. I mean, you were able to see Sumner County's newest school in Liberty Creek High School open up their varsity season. And then on the other side, you were able to see Jackson Central Mary play their very first varsity football game since 2015. Obviously, the game went in favor of Liberty Creek, but I'm just curious, what did you see from these two teams that hadn't played varsity football prior to tonight?
Well, you could tell that they were young, a lot of inexperience, especially in the lines, both sides of the ball. Both teams had a couple of skilled players that were pretty good. Brian Rager, probably the best athlete on the field tonight for both teams. He didn't throw the ball a whole lot tonight. They spent most of the night running the ball with the freshman running back, Nathan Wright, who scored 2 touchdowns. And he's a tough little runner. I bet he doesn't weigh about 130 pounds, but he did not go down on first contact.
You know, John, it's tough for upstart programs to get some confidence early, to build some momentum, right? This is a team that got a win in their very first game. And I'm not saying they think that they're world beaters or that they're future state champs, but tonight's result just has to be good for their psyche. Is that the feeling that you got, being around Bill Alexander at the end of the game and some of the players as well?
Yeah, talking to I know a few of those guys on staff from Beach. So I was talking to them really throughout the game. I'd pass by shooting pictures, and they were quite pleased. Of course, now Bill being the head coach, he was we got a lot of work to do. But they were pleased that anytime you get a win, and obviously first game you've ever played, I mean that's fantastic. So and really they capitalized on every mistake that Central Mary made.
Hey, John, Billy Derrick over here. Liberty Creek, tell us about the process of getting a football team on the ground in terms of a facility to practice at, equipment, stadiums, fundraisers. Do you have any intel on what that process has looked like and kind of what it's felt like for that program tonight?
I've got a little bit. I talked to Coach Alexander tonight before the game a little bit. He and I both taught in the science department at Beach, and I've known Coach Alexander for 15 years or so. So, he's going to tell me, straight up what he thinks. But I asked him, I said, who made you guys schedule that? He said, well, it was made out before I got here. So the schedule was already made. He's got some couple teams on that schedule that he's saying, I wanted to schedule these guys, but that's what we got. And then I said, well, I said, you got them uniforms look good, man. He said, well, they were bought before I got here too. So a lot of the stuff was already done before he even got the job, which was, I think, February, right in the middle of February when he was named the head coach. And now I live about 3 miles from that school, and I've been over there about twice a month since January. And to see it come to where it's come, it's a fantastic. It's like a small college, is what I tell people. It's unbelievable. It's probably got more facilities than any high school in the state, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that.
That's crazy.
Absolutely, John. Go ahead, John.
Their preseason practices, they had to practice over at an elementary school in Hendersonville because they would not let them on campus because the construction was still going on. So I'm not sure. I forgot to ask him tonight if they were actually, but I think they're practicing on campus now. but they've only got certain places they can go because they're still doing a lot of work finishing up the school.
Yeah, got a lot going on over there. Very, very kind of Hendersonville High School to lend them their field. I know they weren't playing tonight, but Beach wasn't at home tonight either, and I guess they didn't want to lend up their field to their old defensive coordinator. So shout out to the Commandos for doing that. John, we really appreciate you jumping in with us to talk a little bit of Liberty Creek. I know those guys are super excited to get win number 1 and game number 1 under their belt. John, I know we're going to have a lot more for you to do this year, so we really appreciate you jumping in. Have a good night, man, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah. All right, buddy. See you.
That was John Decker from the Liberty Creek Jackson Central Mary game. Congratulations to Liberty Creek on getting the victory. I know we've got some more reporters trying to call in right now, Billy. I'm not sure if we've got anyone on deck right now, but I know we're trying to get some updates from Pope Prep Hillsboro, maybe Gallatin, Mount Juliet, and another one. I'm not sure where we stand on either one of those, but I'll continue just to kind of.
Yeah, I think we're working on Klinger for an update for Pope Prep in Hillsboro right now. So, and I think we've got him now.
Perfect, Joel, buddy. First off, long time no talk, man. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. How are you?
You know what? I'm living the dream, feeling good, looking good, baby. As I sit here in the cushy studio, the 70-degree studio, while kind of everybody else kind of sweats it on out there, man. But you did us a huge favor tonight, Joel. You were able to go down to Hillsboro High School to check out a football game between them and Pope Prep. What'd you see, man?
Well, it was a very interesting game in the first half. One in the second half, outside of maybe two. So the first half was actually very interesting because Pope Prep really came out strong. They really shut Hillsboro down. And then a couple just mistakes. Plays after they fell down 14-0. And actually with 2 minutes quarter, Pope Prep went for it on their own 24 and gave up easy field goal, great field position for go down and score again. So they were up 20-14 for Hillsboro to go score again. Sorry. So Pope Prep was up 20-14 at halftime. And then the second half, the defense just really stepped up on both sides, except for a couple plays where Kenny Minchie, Pittsburgh commit, as you know, just threw a couple dimes and his guys came down with it. And they scored a couple more touchdowns that way, including one to a new guy named Josh Mailander in the back of the end zone. It was like a 40-yard bomb, and Mailander just went up over 2 Hillsboro guys in the back of the end zone, toe-touched, and scored a touchdown. And it was very impressive, to say the least. They come out of here 34-14.
Yeah, Pope Prep certainly has some weapons. We, a lot of us know about Colin Cook, number 10, but you just mentioned Josh Mailander, a transfer in from California. I mean, what an addition it has been for that offense. I'm curious, what were your impressions of Kenny Minchie?
I had never seen him before. And actually, Hillsboro's secondary did a pretty good job of swallowing his receivers up, but he did manage to find them on acrobatic throws. I think he threw one pick, but it was not a normal pick. It was like a tip ball. And his feet are really good. And that was really impressive. I asked the coach about him after the game. He was like, yeah, Kenny just doesn't ever. Yeah. Emotions were going in tonight's game, and Kenny was just solid the whole way. And Mailander, Kenny Minchie was actually looking for Colin Cook on that play and said he had to change course, just threw it to Mailander in the back of the end zone. And Mailander's pretty tall. Have you seen him play? I mean, he's tall, he's built, he looks like a receiver out there.
Yeah, he's a big bodied guy. He's probably 6'3", 4'5", but yeah, he can definitely go up and get it for sure. Billy, you got something for Joel?
Yes, sir, I do. Joel, thanks for taking the time. On JP2, looking at how they look tonight against Hillsboro, how would you compare what they have this season as opposed to last season?
Well, I think the guy that you would ask that question to is actually across from you. But I will say it was very impressive with Kenny, and I feel like he is just getting more time to develop and be cool. And a quarterback like that is invaluable. Mailander is a huge addition, and that's going to only help them. Adding a receiver like him that will probably get more college offers this season. So, I mean, they look very talented in their skill positions, and we'll see if they can put it together. And I don't think Marylander's been here that long, so I feel like there's a lot of chemistry still to work out there.
He hasn't been there very long. It's only been about a year that he's been there, but they certainly look great. But Joel, we really appreciate you jumping in with us last minute to kind of give us an update on that game. We really appreciate it, man. But we'll catch up soon.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Yep. That was Joel Klinger giving us an update from Pope Prep Hillsboro. Great win for Pope to open up the season, Billy.
Yeah, I've got to get my mic back, and no doubt, JP2. I have not gotten used to not calling him JP2.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I haven't either, and I've been around him since the brand change. It's just different. I mean,
it's different, but no doubt about it. I mean, great win tonight. Hillsboro is always filled with athletes across the field, and boy, you look at that rivalry. Pope Prep is sitting a lot better than Father Ryan right now. Pope Prep getting the win over Hillsboro, and then Father Ryan going on the road against East Nashville and losing that one. So, obviously that's not ideal. As we get a call, Blaine Keller, if you're listening, we will get to you after this break. But real quick, Zach, before we get to the break, I've got a few finals and a late score update.
Okay.
Here, quick Donnelly Timmons scoreboard update. Of course, DonnellyTimmons.com. You can log on to that website. Rockvale over Laverne 44-12. Big win for Rockvale. Clarksville leads McGavock late 26-21. So late in that one, Clarksville leads McGavock. Columbia Academy all over Ezel Harding 41-6 final in that one. And then Harpeth defeats Joe Burns 28-14. So Harpeth with a big win over Joe Burns. And Zach, that'll lead us right into the break, but we do have Blaine Keller coming up.
Absolutely. So stay through the break as we hear from Blaine Keller as he's over at Greenbrier tonight for the Springfield Yellow Jackets' big win over the Bobcats.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
It was just a few cocktails at happy hour.
You really good try. There aren't any cops around.
I didn't think there were any cops around.
I drink and drive all the time.
Sir, you've been in a serious crash. I need you to hang on, okay? Cover your name, sir. You are right now.
Hi, this is Melissa Hoisington, Regional Crisis Director from Volunteer Behavioral Health. Disasters can affect everything in your life, including your emotional health. Help is available during these uncertain times. The Tennessee Recovery Project is a free, supportive resource for adults and children who have experienced the effects of natural or human-caused disasters. Specialists are available for counseling by phone or in person. For free, confidential service, please call 833-954-2424. The hotline is open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Move forward with the help from the Tennessee Recovery Project.
Do you love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The third annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride. Visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah. There will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the third annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
This is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor-trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor-trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bart Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor-trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
Welcome back into Friday Night Live. Just after 10 o'clock here, 10:01 in the Mid-State. 58 minutes left here on this Week 1 edition of Friday Night Live. I am your host, Zach Womble. And joining me, as always, Billy Derrick, sponsored by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, where fans don't let fans drive drunk. But as I mentioned before we went to the break, we were going to catch up with our good buddy, Blaine Keller, who is in Greenbrier tonight. Blaine, how are you doing?
Pretty good for Week 1. It's always nice to kind of get a little bit of a head start when you've got Springfield and Greenbrier playing, especially for the last four years. You've got a little bit of a lopsided score in one direction.
I was going to say you were able to get out of there pretty early tonight. You did you have a running clock in the third quarter?
Running clock in the fourth. It was 28-0 throughout a lot of the third quarter, and then Springfield added a score in the fourth to make it 35. I think it was the last 4 minutes that were a running clock.
Blaine, you may have said this, or you may know this, but I had heard this was the 9th straight victory for Springfield over Greenbrier in this series. Does that surprise you at all?
Well, I think when you look at it on paper, you see Greenbrier and you see a team that's had back-to-back Tennessee commitments, SEC prospects on its roster, and Nathan Robinson and Derek Taylor. So on paper, I think you'd believe that Greenbrier has to have enough talent to beat its rival at least one time. But even beyond that, this is the 4th straight shutout that Springfield has pitched against them. The last 4 games, 136-0 in favor of Springfield.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, talk about dominant. And I'm a firm believer that Dustin Wilson is well on his way to being the greatest high school football coach in Springfield history. With all due respect to Boy Smith and the foundation that he laid over there. As someone who has, been around Dustin for a long time, Blaine, what makes him so special as a head football coach in your eyes?
Anytime you have a conversation with Dustin Wilson, I think you are always going to get back to the kids in one way or another. Dustin he is just so focused and so enthusiastic about highlighting the play of his athletes and making sure that the kids get the credit. And of course, I'm sure deep down he would love to take the credit for the program that him and his brother Drew kind of built at Springfield. But just his love and enthusiasm for his athletes, for the kids at Springfield, kind of makes it to where he won't allow that. He won't take the credit for himself.
Sure, and it's got to be a lot of fun to be around. Speaking of Springfield, they're obviously one of the favorites along with Henry County in that region that they play in 7-5A. But another team that was in that region lost tonight, Portland at Westmoreland. Are you surprised at all about that score? I know I know Portland Westmoreland is a little bit out of your realm, but just because Portland is in the same region as Springfield, are you surprised that a 5A team lost to a 2A school like Westmoreland?
Well, Portland had a great season last year. I think they surprised some people with how they competed with their first-year head coach. But, talking with you over the summer, and I'm sure you've maybe mentioned it at least once tonight, Westmoreland seems like they've got a pretty good team. They could be a solid contender in their region for 2A.
Sure, absolutely. I'm a big believer in Westmoreland. I've been telling people that for a long time now. Everybody wants to say, they were 3-8 last year, but when you return 25 players to a school like Westmoreland, Blaine, as you know, like as if East Robertson or Joe Burns returned a healthy senior class like that, you would think that they would be on the right side of things. But anyways, Blaine, we really appreciate you jumping on, man, to talk a little bit of Springfield Greenbrier. I'm sorry it wasn't more competitive, but that's kind of the way it's been as of recent, man. So get home, get some rest, and get prepared for next week wherever you may be going.
Right. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That was Blaine Keller. You can follow him on Twitter at sports_BK. Does the best job in all of Robertson County. He's so good at what he does. He's a Springfield High School graduate. He helped us out when he was a senior in high school. He helped us when he was a student at Austin P, and now with us as a job. And just like that, we got to say goodbye to that game coverage and get into Terry McCormick, who joins us on the phone line to talk about Westmoreland and Portland and the big win for the Eagles over the Panthers. Terry, talk us through it, man. How did they come away with the victory?
Well, they did it with defense. They were in a situation where they went up 14-0. They went up 7-0 at the half on a Cameron Eden 12-yard touchdown run off the option. He kept it, scored on it, but they went up 7-0. They went up 14-0 after Eden found a receiver down for a big gain down to the 11-yard line, and then Eli Stafford ran in from 11 yards out, made it 14-0. Portland answered on the next series with a 75-yard run from Freddie Paxton, and then the Panthers drove down and scored again in the fourth quarter, pulled to within 14-13 with 6:47 to go. But the extra point went wide right. Westmoreland got the football, ran the clock down to about a minute when they gave it up. Portland came back, tried to score, but they messed up and could not score on a 4th down and 2 play. Eagles got the football back and ran out the clock with a kneel down.
Wow, a lot going
Oh, my
on there,
gosh.
Terry. I mean, first off, last year's game ended with Portland kicking a game-winning field goal. This year, it's not the reason they lose because there's never one play, right, Terry? But it feels like special teams got them on the wrong side this year, where they were kind of beneficiaries last year.
Yeah, the field was a little wet, and it was, had a 45-minute lightning delay for the start of the game. And a torrential downpour that came through about 6:30, and then they didn't kick off till 7:45. And so once that was, once they finally got started, I don't know if it played a role or not, but the Panthers had an awful time punting the ball. They had a punt that set up one of the Eagle touchdowns that was for -1 yards. So the kicking game really did hurt the Panthers tonight, but the Eagles, their defense played outstanding football throughout the game, except for the one big play by Freddie Paxton, who is their do-everything guy. The Eagle defense really answered the call and really kind of shut things down for a high-powered Portland offense.
Sure, I've been telling people for a few weeks now, do not overlook Westmoreland. They are a very good football team. Terry, I'm going to let you go with this question. The next 3 games are tough for Westmoreland. They got to go at Macon County, which is a huge rivalry game. They've got a huge region game against Watertown, and then they've got a huge non-region game against Smith County before traveling to Trousdale County for their homecoming. Just how is Westmoreland handling these next 4 weeks that seems to be a critical part of their season?
Well, I think you just have to go one game at a time. That's really all you can do. And the big games, obviously, even though Macon County's a rival, the bigger game in the deal is going to be the region game with Watertown, because they've been a powerhouse over the last 4 or 5 years. It's been quite a while since the Eagles have beaten them. So if Westmoreland is going to stand toe-to-toe with Watertown and Trousdale County in this district, they're going to have to be counted. They have to stand up and be counted in that week 3 game against Watertown.
Absolutely, and I think they stand a great chance in both of those games, Terry. I wouldn't be surprised at all if you see Westmoreland at the top of their region come November. Terry, thank you so much for joining us, man. Congrats on the good game scene play. I guess congratulations, right? Or I guess, good job enjoying the game and retelling it for us. But we'll catch up soon, man, and just appreciate all that you do for us here at Main Street Preps.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Yep. Titan insider, Westmoreland insider Terry McCormick. I kind of butchered and fumbled through the exit there, but it's 10-10.
Hey, you've been talking a lot, man. Here, I'll give you a rest. I got a bunch of scores to get
Let's
to.
hear it. Let's hear it.
It's time for a little Donley Timmons scoreboard update. DonleyTimmons.com is the website. Main Street Preps Twitter is the place to be, by the way. If you guys do not follow Main Street Preps and you're a high school football fan, you're doing it wrong, because every score is flowing through there. If you follow them, you'll see every retweet. So that's where I just got a bunch of them. Let's go to Cheatham County, Zach, first. Montgomery Central beats up on Sycamore 22-13 final in that one. And Cheatham County did hold off Glencliff 19-0. So I say we make it our mission to keep track of Glencliff this season, because that'd be a hell of a story if they do end up getting that win. Cheatham County over Glencliff 19-0. In Division II AAA, an NBA team dominating Ravenwood 46-20. That one final. Pretty impressive performance from NBA. Rossview defeats Wilson Central. Final score 16-14 there. So that was a final there. Friendship Christian defeats Trousdale County 40-12. So you just talked about it. Westmoreland will be playing them in a few weeks. Trousdale County struggling against Friendship Christian. Gallatin is up 20-18 in the second half in that one. So
Okay.
Gallatin just went up 20-18. I forgot who they're playing.
Mount Juliet.
Gallatin is playing Mount Juliet, one of the bigger games in the state. It's late, but
Yeah.
Gallatin is up on Mount Juliet 20-18. How about this one? Brentwood Academy and Eagles Landing tied at 42, headed to overtime.
Got an update for you. Luke Cook, Gallatin quarterback, 72-yard touchdown run, Waverly 27-18 with under 10 minutes left to go in the game.
Wow. How about that? They're not done yet.
They're not done
Every
yet.
game has not gone final yet. But Zach, who's the next person to call in?
You know what? I'm trying to get somebody.
We've got
to call in.
somebody
I would
on the line.
love for Matt Murray to give us a call in from that Gallatin Mount Juliet
This
game.
might be Matt Murray right here.
I mean, I would love for it to be.
Let's see. Is this Matt
Hey,
Murray?
hey guys, this is Ivan Ronan at the Wilson Central Rossview game.
Ivan, perfect. We knew you'd be calling in. We weren't sure if this was you or Matt Murray, but what can you tell us from that Rossview Wilson Central game?
Yeah, Rossview ended up a winner tonight in Gladeville, 16-14. They had lost their two previous season openers, both to Wilson County, or Wilson Central, I'm sorry. They took an early lead, scored. They were up 16-7 midway through the second quarter, and then just held on the rest of the way, just running the ball and running the ball and running the ball some more.
Very good, Ivan. I really appreciate you calling in. I'm sorry, I was looking at something else. You kind of caught me off guard, but nevertheless, it sounds like it was a really good football game to open up the first week of the season. Do you know where you're going next week?
Somewhere in Wilson County, that's all I know. We're going to look at the schedule. It might be either Mount Juliet or Green Hills game. Somewhere in Wilson County, that's all I know. We're going to look at the schedule. It might be seeing Wilson Central again next week. Somewhere in Wilson County, that's all I leave that.
Yeah, so wherever Tommy decides to send you, I guess that's where you're going. Ivan, we really appreciate you calling in, man. Have a great night and get home safely.
Sure. Appreciate it, guys. You too. Thanks.
Yep. That was Ivan Aronin with a Wilson Central and Rossview update. I feel kind of like Adam Schefter right now. Like I'm on my phone, I'm getting updates.
Yeah,
like
this is tough, man. You're more of the veteran here, but I feel like something like this late on a Friday night, you can't prepare yourself.
No, you cannot prepare.
What I started doing, I started going old school.
Yeah.
And just writing them down.
Oh, there you go.
I just started writing them down, and I think that might be what I'm going to start doing. Just filling up this notebook full of scores. There's a lot of them, but of course, Main Street Preps Twitter is I think the best source for it. MaxPreps.com as well, and I'm going to actually get another scoreboard update in after this break, courtesy of Max Preps, but also DonnellyTimmons.com, of course, all night, and the Tennessee Highway Safety Office as well. So, Zach, we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. We'll take another call. We've got one more report, maybe two more reports from mystery places.
We're trying to get you all the latest that we can. So stay through the break. I mean, we've got, goodness gracious, 45 minutes left. We have just flown by.
Yeah, it's
We've
crazy.
flown by. So stay through the break. We'll get to everything that we've missed so far.
John Michael Crudup is still in there as one of those punt protectors. Shamuda back to punt. Barksdale to receive. He stands at his own 35. This time it will be punted away. And this is a beauty. High spiral. That's going to bounce at the 10, roll inside the 5, and rest right there on the left hash mark. Perfect kick. 58-yard punt for the senior Mark Shanuda. And that flips the field in a big way. First down and 10, Gallatin. The good news for the Green Wave, though, is they've got a 9-point lead and an offense that is moving the ball very effectively on the ground right now. 8:26 to go, and they're going to officially mark it at the 6.
Gallatin ball first and 10 at their own.
So one drive after the 72-yard touchdown run. Luke Cook will jog out there in the green and gold uniforms with his Gallatin offensive unit. Under center in the flex bone set. Merriweather in motion. Give up the middle. Brinkley rumbling forward. Pinballing off of would-be tacklers across the 10-yard line. Forward up to about the 13. He'll get 7 yards on 1st and 10. And a good start. They'll call it a gain of 6, moving the chain back a yard.
2nd and 5 at the 11.
From the 12-yard line, it'll be 2nd down and 4. 7:53 to play. Gallatin has just got to hold on to the football, leading by 9. Cook under center. Merriweather in motion. Up to the fullback. Brinkley up the middle again. This time he is immediately met by Marshall Hansen, who churns those legs to push back the 250-pound bowling ball. Pretty much right where he started. They'll give him about 1.5 yards up to the 13-yard line. And it's going to be 3rd down and 3. 7:20 to go. Gallatin is snapping the football with about 5 seconds on the play clock every time they break the huddle. Clapping their hands in unison, jogging to their formation. Jaheim Merriweather is out here on this near sideline as a slot receiver. One of the only 2 wide receiver sets we've seen tonight. It's still the same give up the middle to Brinkley, and he breaks free. Up to the 25 to the 30, to the 35, and hunted down at the 40. Joseph Guzman, I beg your pardon, defensively for Mount Juliet. That was Eob Gassaw who makes the stop, but not before a pickup of 24. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Green Wave. Nearing the halfway point in quarter number 4. 1st down and 10, Gallatin leading by 9 over Mount Juliet from their own 40. Cook under center. Gives. Brinkley running up the gut. This is going to be a battle in the trenches now, and Brinkley just moves the pile about 1 yard and is stopped right there where he stood. We have called Evan Parsons' name a lot tonight. And he's the man that led that charge of men wearing white jerseys. 2nd down 9. 27-18, Gallatin in front.
2nd and 9 at the 41.
3 touchdown runs for the 250-pound fullback Zakian Brinkley. And a 72-yard touchdown run for quarterback Luke Cook. 4 seconds on the play clock. Cook under center. It's Brinkley up the gut again behind his right guard. This time Mount Juliet gets in the middle of that trap play. The guard pulling from left to right. No gain, and that's been a rarity in the second half of the big fullback. 5.5 minutes to go, and Mount Juliet needs a stop right here. Head coach Trey Perry barking out the signals to his defense. 3rd down, 9 yards to go. Gallatin with the football in between the hash marks, traveling from left to right, trying to salt away this 9-point lead with 5 and change to go. Cook under center, no wide receivers, a jumbo set. Barksdale running to the right. Sweep play. They'll pitch it to him up to the 40, to the 45. Spin move across the 50 and has enough for the 1st down. Spun out of a tackle from Eob Gassaw. The safety, Doniot, eventually chopped him down, but not before a pickup of 6 when he needed 5, and it's a 1st down and 10.
1st and 10 at Mount Juliet 48.
At the 48-yard line of Mount Juliet, and now things are getting awfully tough on that Golden Bear defense. Luke Cook standing right behind his center, Marshall Hansen. Gives up the middle. Merriweather, juke move, 40-yard line. Spin move at the 35 and down at the 34. Eventually chopped down by the safety, Cason Walls, who robbed a home run right there. Another big gain for the shifty junior tailback. 13 yards, moved the chains. 1st down and 10, Gallatin. And it's the makings right now of a back-breaking Green Wave drive. And the fullback right now is Jaheim Merriweather, split just 2 yards behind his quarterback Cook in a 2-point stance. Give up the middle. Merriweather looking for room, and the Vanderbilt commitment Ethan Crisp got a hat on a hat pretty immediately right there and drove him down. Gain of 1. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Gallatin up by 9, 27-18, after trailing 15-14 at halftime.
2nd down at the 34.
Golden Bears only able to connect on a 32-yard Daniel Echevarria field goal here in this second half of play. Gallatin breaking the huddle with 12 on the play clock. 3:14 to go. 2nd down and 9. Traveling from left to right on the Mount Juliet 34. Cook fakes the give to Brinkley. Keeps it himself. Churns those legs across the 30-yard line with defenders draped over his back. He'll get it up to the 29 for a pickup of 5. It's going to be 3rd down and 4. And Zakian Brinkley lost his helmet. He's going to have to come off for this 3rd down. Tackle made by Xander Danella. And Mount Juliet is keeping their timeouts in their back pocket here, hoping for some kind of miracle. Trailing by 9 with 2:45 remaining. 3rd down, 5 yards to go. Ball in between the hash marks of the 29 of Mount Juliet. Merriweather, the fullback in the flex bone set. 1 wide receiver split out to the left for Luke Cook. Waiting under center. 8 seconds to snap it in no hurry. Sends a man in motion. Ellis gives Merriweather up the middle, speeding forward with pace to the 25-yard line. Will lower his shoulder and almost, I think, has enough for his 1st down. We'll see if they give it to him. They're going to. 1st and 10. And Mount Juliet is going to finally use a timeout. This Gallatin crowd, sensing that a victory is close, rising to their feet after the request of their head coach and their coaching staff, pumping up the crowd here on this near sideline. At Calvin Short Field, you are right on top of the field if you're sitting in the front row of those bleachers. And boy, I tell you what, this crowd has watched a good performance by their Green Wave here tonight. First charge timeout for Mount Juliet. It stops the clock with 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. It's maybe not a timeout that Trey Perry would have used outside of week 1, but the teaching moment for his defense. Still battling with 2 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock, trailing by 9. Trey Perry told us in the build-up to this football game, look, that is a tough place to play. Gallatin is always well coached. They're good on special teams. They are tough to beat away from home. And that has been the case tonight. Luke Cook under center. Man of motion, Merriweather. The give to Brinkley up the middle, bursting through again, up to the 15-yard line. He's chopped down by Donion. He's got 11 more yards and another 1st down, and I don't think Mount Juliet's going to use any more timeouts. What a win this would be for Chad Watson and Gallatin. Student section starting to jump up and down and chant that they believe that they're victorious. Mount Juliet faithful making their way out of the away bleachers opposite us. And this one is a minute 30 from being in the history books. Cook gives Brinkley up the middle, no room. Thrown backwards by Carson Slocum, the defensive tackle. And Trey Perry is going to use a timeout. Got one of them left now. 1:28 to play here in quarter number 4.
And that was Will Bowling, courtesy of 104.5 The Zone, giving us an update and a look in at Gallatin versus Mount Juliet, where the Green and Wave lead 27-18 late in the 4th quarter. But right now we've got Brady McAtamney on the phone. He's been on with us a couple times tonight. He gave us some updates from Clarksville McGavick. He gave us some updates from West Creek. Brady, what do you got for us right now?
So as of now, on the West Creek situation, the stadium has been emptied. It's believed that whoever the suspect may be has been detained, but we still aren't entirely sure of injury situations. It sounded like 3 shots were initially fired, de-escalated, and then it was re-escalated. It's believed that the total shot count was 6 shots in the parking lot outside the West Creek and Northeast football game at West Creek.
Just a really sad situation going on over there. Hopefully everyone is okay. Praying that there are no injuries, but just a real shame, Brady. I mean, high school football Friday night is supposed to be all about the kids. And, while we don't know who the suspect is, can only assume that it was someone who should have been much more mature than the way they acted. Just a really sad situation that has played out in Clarksville.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Brady, do you have anything for us on your McGavick-Clarksville final score?
Yes, so we do have a final. McGavick gets the win. They upset Clarksville High, winning, I believe it was 26-21. I'm in my car right now, so I don't want to check my phone, but off the top of my head, I believe it was 26-21. McGavick obviously thrilled to get that win, especially on the road in a hostile environment.
Absolutely, Brady. We really appreciate you being so flexible with us tonight, calling in with updates both at West Creek and at Clarksville. Great job as always, man. Get some rest tonight and be ready to go back at it next week.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Yep. That was Brady McAtamney giving us an update on Clarksville McGavick, as well as the latest situation at West Creek and Northeast where shots were fired. Brady reporting about 6 shots fired in the parking lot. Hopefully everyone is okay there.
I mean, we talked about it earlier, but a little bit of an update there. Just awful. You hate hearing about it. You just hate hearing about something like that. Hopefully everybody's okay. And you just hate, you go to watch a game, you don't go to end up talking about something like that. So,
certainly.
Definitely unfortunate.
Well, Billy, let's transition. I know we got to get to a scoreboard update, and we want to give our partners a big shout out because what they do is fantastic. Second to none. Billy, let our listeners and watchers know all about our scoreboard sponsor.
Yeah, scoreboard sponsor, Donnelly Timmons and Associates. They've recently changed to Donnelly Timmons Custom Builders. They're going to be our scoreboard update sponsor throughout this high school football season. I think we've given more than 5 scoreboard updates. The requirement said give at least 5 scoreboard updates. And it is brought to you by DonnellyTimmons.com. And they're making it possible next week for us to head over to Father Ryan. So, of course, looking forward to that. But phenomenal company, Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly. Anytime you're interested in maybe building a home, not just a home, but something like your dream home, you feel like you're ready for that situation in your life, give them a call or log on to their website, DonnellyTimmons.com. They're really trying to draw more people over to the website. So DonnellyTimmons.com is the website over there. Zach, are we ready?
I am ready. But before you start, I want to go ahead and give you the first scoreboard update so that you have, or first final so that you have it.
Gotcha.
It's finally final. Gallatin beats Mount Juliet 27-18.
Gallatin beats Mount Juliet 27-18.
Yep.
So that will kind of kick off our scoreboard update, sponsored by Donnelly Timmons Custom Builders. We start with Rockvale and Laverne. Rockvale beats Laverne 44-12. Clarksville over McGavick 26-21. Final. Just got a report from Brady Mack. Columbia Academy 41, Ezel Harding 6. That one is the final. Harpeth 28 over Joe Burns 14. Nolensville beats BGA 38-14. Final in that one. Montgomery Central over Sycamore 22-13. Cheatham County beats Glencliff 19-0. NBA over Ravenwood 46-20. Rossview 16. Wilson Central 14. Friendship Christian beats Trousdale County 40-12. Gallatin defeats, you just said it,
Mount Juliet.
What was it? 27-18. 27-18. So Gallatin beats Mount Juliet. We just listened into Will Bowling, 104.5 The Zone. Credit to him. Eagles Landing, crazy score here. Eagles Landing beats Brentwood Academy 50-49 in overtime down in Georgia. So tough way to start the season for Brentwood Academy, but encouraging that they were able to go toe-to-toe with a great program down there in Georgia. Speaking of a team going down to Georgia, Lipscomb Academy did the same exact thing. They defeat Milton, Georgia, 17-7. Really a low-scoring affair for Lipscomb Academy. They're used to scoring into 30s, even 40s sometimes, but they battled it out with Milton down in Georgia. They ended up winning 17-7. Lookout Valley defeats Mount Juliet Christian Academy 21-6. Hunters Lane over Maplewood 21-12. MTCS over DCA 19-7. That one went final. Siegel, low-scoring game, beats Green Hill 13-6. Final in that one. And then Giles County defeats Lincoln County 35-21. So that one went final. We've heard these. These are little early finals, but Fayetteville over Watertown 36-12. Westmoreland defeats Portland 14-13. East Nashville defeats Father Ryan 32-20. And we continue rolling on here. Clarksville Academy over FACS 38-6. We've got USJ all over Liberty High School 47-0. Perry County over Middleton 38-20. MUS over Arlington 35-0. NBA, of course, already mentioned their win over Ravenwood. Henry County all over Summit tonight 30-7. So Henry County all over Summit in that one. Grace Christian 46, Humboldt 8. Grace Christian all over that one. Riverdale defeats Franklin 14-10. Scotts Hill defeats Bolivar Central 34-26. Smyrna defeats Stewart Creek in the Mayor's Cup 35-14. Clarksville Northwest dominates Stewart County 36-0. Centennial defeats Overton 38-28. Interesting matchup there.
Yeah, big upset.
Oh, yeah. Mount Pleasant defeats East Hickman 30-2. Creekwood defeats Dixon County 13-7, courtesy of that call, legendary call from Casey Patrick. Lebanon all over Antioch 49-14. Montgomery Central over Sycamore 22-13. Already mentioned that one, but that does it for the beef of our final scores. If you got any more, Zach, I know you started it off with Gallatin and Mount Juliet there, but that is the latest scoreboard update sponsored by Donley Timmons Custom Builders.
Very good update, Billy. Don't have any more scores. I believe you hit them all. It's been a fun night of high school football here in the Mid-State. Week 1, just after 10:30. We got about 27 minutes left of this Friday night live action. We're going to jump into our first commercial break of the hour, but when we come back, we're going to get into a little top 25 talk, and we're going to look ahead to some big games next week. So stay through the break. This is the final half hour of Friday Night Live with Zach Womble and Billy Derrick.
Hi, this is Melissa Hoisington, Regional Crisis Director from Volunteer Behavioral Health. Disasters can affect everything in your life, including your emotional health. Help is available during these uncertain times. The Tennessee Recovery Project is a free, supportive resource for adults and children who have experienced the effects of natural or human-caused disasters. Specialists are available for counseling by phone or in person. For free, confidential service, please call 833-954-2424. The hotline.
This is attorney Bart Durham, and this is me. I'm Aaliyah. Keeping in good physical condition is really important to me. But when I had a wreck with a tractor-trailer truck that hurt my legs so bad I couldn't work for almost a year, I knew I needed a lawyer that understood tractor-trailer cases. So I called Bart. Bart gets millions of dollars for his clients every year.
At Bart Durham Injury Law, we've handled hundreds of tractor-trailer cases.
My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
I'm Bart Durham.
I was sworn in as a lawyer in 1963, and I've been working as a lawyer since then.
We're a firm that does exclusively personal injury, a lot of tractor-trailer crashes. Insurance companies will open up their checkbooks when you force them to.
We have systems that work.
We get the most money for our clients in the shortest amount of time. I'm Blair Durham. My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought it was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
$25 minutes until the top of the hour, and the first week of Friday Night Live is over. But I've had so much fun with you guys, with Billy, Derrick, and George Plaster. Of Of course, the show powered by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, where fans don't let fans drive drunk. Billy, can you believe we're 25 minutes out from the end of the show?
I want to say it's gone by fast, but I'm just trying to make myself think it's been easier. But 4 o'clock to 11, man, I knew it was going to be it was going to be an adventure. But it's been fun, man. High school football is back, and that's definitely woken me up a lot. The Casey Patrick call, I would say, is the moment of the night. But it's back. I mean, it's back, and it feels great. It feels great to be talking football again. It feels great to hear people on play-by-play, guys that I really like listening to. Will Bowling, Joe Fisher, of course, and so many other people. We listen to the WHIN coverage of Pope Prep and Hillsboro. So looking forward to doing more of that. And, of course, thank you to our sponsors as well. But yeah, it's back, and it feels really, really good to have high school football back.
Billy, let me ask you a question. So, this is the third year we've put out a product like this on Friday nights with George. In the first year, I kind of helped design it a little bit more than I did last year. I'm curious, from your vantage point, were you expecting as much cooperation and participation as we got tonight from our reporters?
Honestly, I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
I really was. I mean, we set apart times for each reporter to call in, and really the only problem was me getting too many calls because of this phone system. But it's been really nice. I mean, obviously these reporters are so busy, and we thank them for giving their time to us on a night like tonight.
Certainly.
Where, I mean, heck, Russell called us, 30 minutes before kickoff at a raucous atmosphere over at CPA. And he said, it's crazy over here, but he's still calling in, giving us the insight. And same thing with Tyler Palmatier. I mean, a few times tonight, Brady Mack, Blaine Keller, Dave Ruthenberg, we had Klinger, Seacrest, Ivan Aronin called in. So everybody, we had Coach Creasy, Kevin Creasy.
That was awesome.
I think in the 8 o'clock hour, I think. So really, really cool. And that's kind of what our momentum has us going. I mean, we're going to have coaches on. We're going to have, we might have players on.
That would be awesome. I think that would be kind of the cream of the crop right there. If we're able to get some players on afterwards, maybe we get the name out there. Maybe Father Ryan comes with a big victory next week, and we're able to do a live interview with whomever.
I've been thinking about that. Maybe it's perfect timing for Father Ryan, coming off a loss to East Nashville, and then you got to you come back home. So there's already energy, there's already momentum, and then you come back home to play a Brentwood team who is coming off a loss to Blackman, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they beat Blackman.
They beat
Blackman. Yeah. So
even better for Father Ryan, even more momentum. And the schedule, of course, they knew it wasn't going to be easy. But boy, I'm still sitting here shocked that East Nashville was able to pull that off. So big task for Father Ryan. We'll be there next week, so we'll be talking all about it. But crazy stuff.
That was a big surprise tonight. I think another big surprise for me was just how easily Friendship Christian handled Trousdale County. I think it was like 40-something to 14.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Trousdale County is a team that's going to compete for the region title. So for them to lose the way that they did was certainly surprising. But, it's just been a fun night. You never know what to expect out of week one. And, I mean, I think it's certainly delivered. Certainly delivered.
Yeah, no doubt. Another little surprise for me was NBA, how much NBA dominated Ravenwood.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was a good
putting
one.
up, what was it, 46?
Yep.
46 to 20. So not surprised that they won, but how many points they put up. So I think that's a little sneak peek of what we might see from NBA and the type of offense they want to run. And actually, Marty Uverard was coming off kidney stone replacement. I don't know if you heard, but that was a few days ago, and he wasn't able to join Russell and Tyler's podcast because he was out with that health issue. So I don't know how healthy he was. He was there, but just battling through it. And that's kind of a microcosm of NBA's program. Just, it's tough, physical. They're going to grind you out, but they've also got a quarterback who's headed to play for the Lane Train at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
So pretty exciting brand of football. They're going to be a fun team to watch all season. But yeah, just a little surprised by how badly they were able to dominate Ravenwood.
Absolutely. Billy, let's do a little top 25 talk.
Let's do it.
This falls into Russell's wheelhouse, Tyler's wheelhouse. They put this together. There's obviously some input that they received from the reporters. And so I'd like to just kind of go down the top 25, see if there's any changes. If you want to, you can check out our latest top 25, which a new one will probably come out tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure when he's going to put it out, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be tomorrow evening. But I don't think anything changes, Billy, in our top 4. So we've got Lipscomb Academy, Oakland, NBA, and Lebanon. They all won big, and I don't think you can mess with that
Yeah,
order.
no, I doubt anything would change there. Of course, we're not voting in this poll, but I doubt that nothing should change there.
Nothing should change.
And I don't even see anybody in that top 10 that could even, you couldn't argue anybody to pass them either. So
No.
that top 4, I think should stay the same. But next week it starts to get really interesting with some of those matchups, as you know.
It really does. We definitely think Pearl's going to drop down a little bit. Maybe CPA pushes Lebanon for that 4 spot because they were able to get a big win over a better team than Antioch. Riverdale won, Edgeworth won easily. Ravenwood obviously lost. Pope Prep won. So maybe there's a little change in the top 10, but I wouldn't expect much change. Brentwood Academy, Blackman lost, Beach lost. So there's definitely going to be some more change from 11 through 25 than I think there is 1 through 10. But I think one thing's for certain: the top 2 teams in the state stay the same, and that is Oakland and Lipscomb Academy, however you may rank them.
Yeah, and Lebanon is a team to watch because they obviously beat Antioch tonight, but that all-time series that was tied at 6, so that's a pretty big win. They'd only played 12 times, so I would look for Lebanon. Of course, the Blue Devils. We had that report earlier. Tommy Bryan talked about them.
Yep.
I think they're a team to watch. Another team to watch is Page tonight.
Yeah,
I mean they dominated Fairview 19-0.
Yep. So
Page is another team to watch. Of course, they went at it tonight. Page, it wasn't as bad as 19-0. It was kind of 7-0 and then 14 and then 19. So obviously Page, I think, is another team to watch. But Glencliff is the team I'm watching throughout this season. Just a phenomenal story. Well, they haven't done it yet, but it would be a phenomenal story if they were to get a win this season. 28 straight losses for Glencliff. So that leads all Metro Nashville schools. They were playing. Who did they play tonight?
Glencliff. They played Cheatham County.
Glencliff played Cheatham County tonight. But that's another thing I'm watching throughout the season. Glencliff, seeing if they can get that first win. So
absolutely. Real quick before we go to our next break, I'm looking to see just how far Nolensville jumps up East Nashville and maybe Cane Ridge, as well as Page. And if they drop Brentwood Academy out of the 11 spot, I know they lost a tough game to an out-of-state team. So much to look forward to tomorrow and on mainstreetpreps.com. So make sure you are staying locked into that website. Again, that's mainstreetpreps.com to get all your latest coverage, best high school coverage, all Middle Tennessee. We're going to jump to a break, but when we come back, we're going to highlight some of the biggest upsets from the night, some high performers, as well as big games next week.
For Dustin Timmons and Joey Donnelly, they welcome every opportunity to serve and satisfy their clients. Whether you are looking to build your dream home or renovate your current home, their team will ensure that every client and remodel is unique, luxurious, completed on time, and within budget. Contact them today to set an appointment for a free consultation or to view some of their completed projects by logging on to DonnellyTimmons.com.
You love bacon? I mean, do you really love bacon? Who doesn't, right? The 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Fest is coming up Saturday, September 10th. Admission and parking are free. The Bacon Festival will feature live music, food, and craft vendors. And did I say bacon? You can ride a mechanical hog ride. Visit the Kids Zone with free inflatables. There will also be hourly raffles with great prizes and an opportunity to purchase Bacon Festival merchandise. And did I say bacon? Yeah. There will even be a bacon eating contest. Visit the 3rd annual Murfreesboro Bacon Festival Facebook page for all the details.
Jody Jones Dentistry can handle all your dental needs, from the basics to cosmetic procedures. All of this in the nicest dental facility I have ever seen. Jody has done it right. They're located conveniently at 55 Music Square East, and for an appointment, it's simple. Dial 615 259-5100 and tell them Plaz sent you. When you're thinking about golf, consider Riverside Golf Links. Under new ownership, the course has improved dramatically. It's now 27 holes, complemented by a 9-hole executive course. Book a tee time now at 615-847-5074 and get ready to enjoy the beauty of golf in the Old Hickory area at Riverside Golf Links.
I'm Bart Durham.
I was sworn in as a lawyer in 1963, and I've been working as a lawyer since then.
We're a firm that does exclusively personal injury, a lot of tractor-trailer crashes. Insurance companies will open up their checkbooks when you force them to.
We have systems that work.
We get the most money for our clients in the shortest amount of time.
I'm Blair Durham. My dad and I want to help. Give us a call at 615-242-9000.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good. I thought I was good.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal. It was no big deal.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I thought I could hold my liquor.
Welcome back into Friday Night Live. Caught me again looking at my computer, pulling in Adam Schefter.
We got to iron that out.
Yeah, got to iron it out.
We'll get the kinks out.
Yeah, 10 minutes until the 11 o'clock hour. We really appreciate you joining us all night here on Friday Night Live, powered by the Tennessee the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. I am losing my mind here in Middle Tennessee. Billy, please save me.
Oh, I got you, Zach. The Tennessee Highway Safety Office, of course, the main sponsor. And Donley Timmons has been sponsoring the scoreboard updates all night long. Of course, Zach, we talked about the top 25 that we think kind of projecting next week's top 25.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, though. What about a player of the week? You got a player of the week nominee?
That's a great question. And off the top of my head, I think so. The biggest upset for me tonight was Gallatin and Mount Juliet, because I picked Mount Juliet to beat Gallatin 38-7. I thought these two teams were on completely different playing fields, completely different playing surfaces. After what I saw between from Gallatin and their jamboree against Portland, I thought there was no way they were prepared to come in and get a victory over a very good Mount Juliet team, a Mount Juliet team that should compete for their region title. Looks like Mount Juliet had some quarterback troubles. I know Griffin Thornberry hurt his ankle earlier in the week. He was trying to go. I guess he came out on several different occasions, was not effective at all. And Gallatin was able to control the clock with their run games. Zakian Brinkley, over 150 yards with 3 touchdowns tonight. They couldn't do anything with the fullback out of Gallatin. So if I'm going anyone player of the week, it's got to be Zakian Brinkley out of Gallatin.
Yeah, Marcel Reed had a really good game. I know London Humphreys at CPA had a really, really good night. I think he had at least 2 touchdowns, maybe more. We'll have to get – I'll definitely be talking with Russell sometime this weekend for a recap on that. But a lot of big-time performances tonight. I mean, you look around, there's a lot of, 3 touchdown games, even, 2 interception games. So, obviously, there's so many candidates. But I would either go Marcel Reed, London Humphreys, and you just named a couple too right there. So we may have one of them.
We'll find somebody. And first week of the season, somebody felt like being stepping out and putting their big boy pants on and being big man on campus. And there were several players out there tonight that are going to get a lot of love when they walk into those school doors tomorrow or on Monday. Excuse me.
You kind of know it. When it's happening. Monday is going to be a nice little day for some of these guys. But especially, getting a win on the road for some of these teams starting a season
Yeah.
with a road win. That really, like NBA, I keep looking at them starting it off at Ravenwood, just huge for momentum, huge for the mindset of the team, and everything like that. I know McGavick also, going on the road and beating Clarksville.
Yep.
That's a really, really impressive win for a McGavick team. So, and then Springfield dominating Greenbrier. I mean, that's obviously Springfield. I don't know that any of us expected an upset, a Greenbrier upset to win that.
No.
But still dominating on the road and taking care of business. I think that speaks for itself.
9 straight wins for them in that series, 4 straight shutouts. Shout out to and credit Blaine Keller for dropping that little stat line for us. I mean, that's, we knew about the 9 straight wins, but 4 straight shutouts, that's mighty impressive. I mean, sometimes it's, you score by accident. You get a pick six, you get a kickoff return, you get a fumble in the end zone, you get some kind of fluke play. And for 4 straight games, Springfield has not allowed a touchdown. That's pretty remarkable. And, next week they have another rivalry game that they play, and that's going to be against Clarksville. And it's, to my understanding, those two teams are approaching 100 games played in that series. Yeah, it goes back a long time.
That's going to be awesome next week.
Yeah, it's usually the MyTV 30 game of the week. I don't know if it is
Springfield and who?
Clarksville.
Springfield and Clarksville.
Yeah, I don't know if it is this year, but they've been playing football for a very long time. The rivalry, it's one of those games you throw everything out the window because it's just that's just what you get. You just get 50 years of legends that come up out of the turf, come up out of the grass, and they play in that game, and it's just a fun one to be a part of.
Yeah, when you're there in person watching it, you can really tell. You can just tell a difference in a game like that as opposed to maybe a non-conference out of division game. And this early in the season, it'll be interesting. Whoever wins that, Springfield, Clarksville, look out.
Yeah,
because you get that win early in the season, you start feeling really good about yourself, especially because you're 2-0 instead of 1-1. And just watch out. Whoever wins that is in a really good spot all of a sudden that early in the season. And what momentum and confidence can do for high school kids. I mean, it makes a difference. And, and it's really good coaches will ride that momentum. So, we'll have to see. That'll be really fun to watch next week.
And the thing about Springfield, Billy, is if they can get through this Clarksville game and go to 2-0 going into week 3, let me lay out their schedule for you. You got Clarksville Northeast, which is a winnable game. At Wilson Central, winnable. At Kenwood, should definitely win that game. So two of those 3 should be wins with Northeast and Kenwood. And then you got Rossview, which is a guaranteed win. So you're potentially looking at a 6-0 start hosting Henry County on Friday, September 30th in what should be / could be a region championship football game.
A lot of big games early in the season.
Games early in the season. And speaking of, I wanted to go through the schedule and look at some potential good games next week.
Let's hear it.
And so I've got a few, and anxious to get your input if you got any.
Mm-hmm.
So the first one we're looking at, we got Blackman versus Gallatin. These are two teams that won in week 1, one lost in week 1, and now we're going to see just how good Gallatin is, because that Blackman offense is talented and can score points, and I think that says a lot about the Brentwood defense, actually.
Yeah, and Blackman's coming off that loss, so and it's different when you lose. If this is later in the season and you lose, of course, you're beat up, you're tired, but week 1, you start with a loss, especially against a Brentwood team that's a good program, good team. They're going to have some momentum. Blackman is maybe not momentum, but they're going to have a chip on their shoulder next week. So that should be interesting.
Absolutely. Let's get to a couple other ones, Billy. In your own backyard, where we're going to be, I've got Brentwood at Father Ryan. I mean, not just because we're there, but, Father Ryan wants to kind of get that bad taste out of their mouth, and what better way to do that against Brentwood?
No doubt. And, knowing Coach Rector and, his coaching staff and the style that they play, he's going to have his guys ready. I mean, I think there will be a fire under his team, but beside that, they got to wake up. That offense, I think they had 3 turnovers at least. East Nashville's receivers, they just out-athleted Father Ryan. Father Ryan's DBs and secondary, they got the top, They took the top off Father Ryan's defense, and so we'll have to see how Father Ryan bounces back this week. What kind of a chip they might play with, because you got that tough region schedule starting after these two non conference games. So that'll be interesting. Really looking forward to next week, though.
Absolutely. Let's rapid fire run down the list here before we close out the week one. We've got CPA at Brentwood Academy. I think that's potentially game of the week right there.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Lipscomb Academy at Thompson, Alabama, which will air on ESPN. You've got Liberty Creek at Portland, Springfield at Clarksville, as I mentioned, Henry County versus Beach, Hendersonville versus South Warren out of Kentucky, and Shelbyville versus Marshall County. I think all of those games spell a great chance to be really good contests.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We'll be at Father Ryan Friday, so we will not be in this studio taking things on the road. So looking forward to that. And again, thank you to all the reporters tonight.
Yeah,
thank you to Donley Timmons and Tennessee Highway Safety Office for making this possible. Main Street Prep's Twitter, of course. Steven, who helped us out with the bottom ticker. Justin Kulik, Chris Kulik, George Plaster, of course, for as long as he could stay with us, bear us. But man, this was fun tonight, and I'm looking forward to next week, man.
Absolutely. Looking forward to going on the road. Maybe it'll help us stay a little bit more awake. Being out there. But yeah, we could not do this show without our reporters. We could not do this show without our watchers and listeners. So just thank you so much for joining us for week one of the high school football season here on Friday Night Live. It's been a ton of fun, and we look forward to next week again, going on the road at Father Ryan for their big football game. I know Billy Derrick is super excited. I am as well. We'll try to get George excited. I know it's no BGA, but maybe we can get him.
Hey, there's a crowd there. George is going to want to put on a show.
That's right. That's right. Well, I think that's going to do it for week one of Friday Night Live. I, of course, am your host, Zach Womble. Joining me every single week is going to be the do-it-all man himself, Billy Derrick, and, of course, the Hall of Famer, George Plaster. So, again, until next week, we hope you have a great, great week, and we will see you on Friday night, hopefully, at Father Ryan.
You have been listening to Friday Night Live, presented by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. Friday Night Live is a Main Street Media production and owned by Dave and Ellen Gould. Produced by Billy Derrick.